Grand Rising, good people. Welcome. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Why I Left Religion with Coach Renz, and today we are going to be breaking down the movie The Village by M. Night Shyamalan. If you are finding me for the first time or you're just somebody who goes looking at movie reviews, this is a channel that deconstructs religions primarily. So I just want to give you that warning, just to be polite, be considerate. But more than welcome to stay, join, have a conversation. Give about 5 minutes for people to get on, and then we're going to get started. This was Texas Goddess suggestion, so she better be on here. She had better be on here. Since she suggested this movie, and for us to break this down based on our Friday live. We do a live pretty much Monday through Friday. Starting around 10:30. Grand Rise Valentino. Chief Prescott. Grand Rising. Gotta get my cigar ready. See how many people actually watch the movie. Okay, Texas Goddess, if you wouldn't have came on here, since this was your suggestion, young lady, I'd have to get in the car, drive to Texas, fuss at you, then come back home. Grand Rising Tim, Rodney, Debbie, Grand Rising. Oh, look at that. Texas Goddess and Debbie right behind each other. Got a Texas two-step. Grand Rising Betty, Regina, Grand Rising. I'm doing great. Had a great weekend. Great weekend. Got to hang out there, some water this weekend. Went to a costume party, club party, some good food. Grand Rising Sheila. Had a good weekend this weekend. So for the people who are on here thus far, of course, we're going to give people a few minutes. They got about 2 minutes to get on, and we're going to get started. Who all have seen the movie, or who watched it this weekend? We watched it. We watched it over the weekend. It was my first time watching this movie. I appreciate that, Rodney. Grand Rising Christian. You watched it over the weekend. Christian said, man, that movie sucked. I did not pick the movie. No, I'm not going to try to escape from blame. I agreed to it, so it is what it is. We're going to talk about it in just a minute. I'm glad I got at least 2 cigars up there because I definitely need it for this movie. But there's some things, though. There's some things that we could talk about, Grand Rising and a column. There's some things about the movie that we could talk about that is relatable to modern day psychology of people in these religious cults. We endured it for a purpose, Christian. Yeah. Who else has seen it? Who else saw the movie The Village over the weekend? After watching the Falcons come up short and the Steelers come up short, well, they came up real short. We watched the movie on Sunday. It's M. Night Shyamalan. Even though I like calling M. Night Shyamalan. It's M. Night Shyamalan's movie. You can go multiple directions with his kind of movies. Sometimes, you got the horror stuff, right? But then in this, you got the horror stuff, but then you got your Sixth Sense movies. You got Unbreakable. Um, you got those kind of movies that are not so like horror, suspense, kill you movie. Um, but I went and I looked up some of the marketing for this movie. The marketing for this movie, Grand Rising Chris, sucked. Was not sucked. Was misleading. To look at the marketing for the movie, the trailers and whatnot, it made it seem like it was going to be more of a horror movie, not a love story. Effectively, it was a love story between, and I don't remember the character's name completely, but between Joaquin Phoenix's character and the guy with the adult guy with autism. I'm assuming it's autism. He was that's the bromance, and then the blind girl, that's the romance. So this whole love triangle between these three people, that kind of took center point. So it was marketed incorrectly, but get the microphone closer. Even more so was the fact that Lucas and Noah, thank you. Ivy, Lucas, Noah. Thank you. I always count on good old Angelina. I'm gonna be up front. I did not like the movie as far as if I was going to watch a movie. It wasn't something that I would recommend to people. Hey, man, you want to go see a great movie? Go see this movie. Now, as far as it's called The Village, Larry. Grand Rising RG. Before it's for me, I thought the concept was good. Always a twist. Yeah, he always has a twist. Don't like it, but she like that weird stuff. So before we get into the deeper esoterics that I noticed in the movie, that I saw in the movie, the first thing, let's just do a basic review of the movie. In a basic review of the movie was it was long and slow. And then the first and second portion of the movie. The cinematography, I'm gonna tell you, the only thing that was holding me in the beginning of this movie was the cinematography. We have to see it for a symbol. I know we're gonna get to the symbolism, but just as an avid movie goer, but the cinematography was great. The cut scenes, the angles of the shots, the movements of the cameras, the creating an emotional response through just the cinematography, that was awesome. The guy whoever did the cinematography for that movie, amazing, great cinematography. And I'm a fool for cinematography. You can have a great storyline, you can have great actors. Because when I saw the lineup, I was like Sigourney Weaver, William Hurt. I'm like, God damn, it's gonna be good. But it was interesting in some of the cut scenes, and that also brought in some of the symbolisms as well that I'm going to get to. The movie is a great example of people trying to escape something, but realizing that you can never escape it. You can never escape it. They were trying to escape grief, but they realized you can never escape grief. So that was like the basic idea of the movie, that no matter what you try to do, grief, life is always going to be life. Whatever you're trying to escape is always going to catch up to you, no matter what it is. It could be grief, it could be anger, frustration, love, hate. Whatever you're trying to escape, fear, is going to catch up to you. So let's dig into the movie from our perspective. So basically, you got a movie where it's a group of people who have decided that they were in the way the movie presents itself initially, that these group of people have moved away from the towns because the towns were so evil and full of corrupt people. And they wanted a more pure, hopeful way of life. So they moved into this little village in the middle of the woods. But once they got there, they come to realize that there was these creatures who was living in the woods, and they was trapped by these creatures. These creatures were the ones who we shall not speak of, the ones we don't speak of, and their color was red. They were attracted by the color red, right? And that the safe color was yellow. So the thing is so let's hit that point right there. The movie starts by making sure we understand that. It starts with this man who's crying over the loss of his child. They show you the gravestone, which makes you think that the time frame of the movie, those we don't speak of, thank you. The time frame of the movie is 1800, in the 1800s, pretty much after the Civil War. It's like 1867. I think the tombstone said that the boy died in 1887. So this is a period that they decided that they wanted to live in. This is a period time frame that they was going to live in. Oh, if you haven't seen this movie, spoiler alerts. Kind of late for that, but yeah, spoiler alerts. So they're living in this situation. Now, there are a few keys to hint at the twist early in the movie if you're paying attention, or but anyway, we'll get to those. So as the movie moves from that, and it sets up that they're living in grief, and one of those first early clues was when they were sitting at the table, and the Nicholas Augustus had lost his son, who had lost a child. And when they're at the table, this big long ass table, the primary elder is saying that William Hurt he mentions some may question the decision of us to move here, the choice that we made to come here to do this. That was an early indicator of something is afoot, right? But this man, then that character Augustus, kind of wallows in grief for the overwhelming majority of the movie that you see him in there. There's a few moments of clarity for him, but then you see the town just doing town stuff. They live in, they sweeping, they playing, and when the girls are sweeping on the porch, and somehow sweeping and twirling in circles is fun for them, there's a red berry plant is growing, and they quickly grab the red berry color plant, and then they bury it really quickly, right? And when they bury it, then they just go back, and they're kind of solemn at this point. They're fearful. Now, not just because in the chakra system, the red color the color red represents fear. And it's the main thing that blocks you from understandings and opening your chakras. If you don't overcome fear, then according to the chakra system, the rest of your chakras will be blocked. You can't open your crown chakra, your third eye, your heart chakra, which means that you can't love, you can't see the world for how it really is and all its connections. You won't be your level of visions is low. Your power is subdued. The color red was the color that was the bad color, was the one that represented the animals, the people, the beasts that lived in Coventry Forest, that encircled these people, and living in that fear kept them from ever leaving. That they ate what they can eat. They produced what they made whatever they needed to live. And I did think it was weird how they built all them damn houses. If they wanted to build some new stuff, where was they gonna get the wood from? I was curious about that, since they didn't have trees in their little village. But anyway, the color red represents the encircling of those people and that they were living in fear. And now they wore the color yellow as a safe color. Like they had these watchtowers, they had flags that was surrounding the village at the edge of the forest so that there was a border. They painted yellow on the poles that kept them safe. The color yellow is in your solar plex chakra, your gut chakra. It controls your it's your instinctive chakra. It's that thing that connects you to nature, connects you to source. Many people are like, oh, I'm connected to nature in my third eye. No, you're connected to nature in your gut, your source, your instinctive portions of you. But part of that instinctive aspect of you is your fight or flight. Fight or flight doesn't come from your brain. You don't sit there and a big lion walk in the room and your fight or flight kicks in because you think, oh, that's a lion. It got no teeth. It's stronger than me. It's faster than me. I probably better run. I'm in this room. I have this way out, that way out. No. It is your gut brain that instantly takes over and you either fight or flight. And in this case, this color yellow was representing their safe color because it's, from what I'm gathering from watching the movie, it's their fight or flight. Most of them flight. They're not going to go out into the forest. The kids do this game where they stand with their back to the forest, see who stands there the longest. And the reason why Joaquin Phoenix character, Lucius, is it Lucius? I know some English put it up there earlier. Somebody put it up. Yeah, Lucius. He's able to do it longer because they talk about the fact that he has no fear. He's a quiet kind of guy, but he doesn't dwell in fear. And he actually believes that the monsters won't attack him because he's not fearful. The character Noah had ran into the woods. And he was they didn't bother him because they believed his childlike innocence. That they didn't bother him, that they can sense these things. So he wanted to go into the woods to go to the towns to get some medicine to prevent further deaths like the little boy who apparently died from Augustus' son who died, and that there would have been medicines that could have helped. So he wanted to go out there, but they wouldn't let him. Well, they were considering it. He was talking about it. He was asking. He was waiting for the elders' permission. You couldn't do nothing. The whole governmental system in this town was the elders, and their decisions were law, kind of like the Amish community or something, the Mennonites in their community. So this color red, anytime it was seen, anytime it grew, because evidently this little village sits in where these red berries grow wild. Now, every now and then in the movie, it starts and like a dog showed up, no fur on it, skinned, but the meat haven't been bothered. And they tried to blame it on coyotes at first, but then later on in the scene with Sigourney Weaver, she was telling the other elder, like, hey, coyotes can't paint that high. The marks on the doors was too high, basically is what she was telling them. And so, why am I talking like y'all ain't seen this movie? Well, we're going to get to that part. So I just keep going the way I was going. But the movie, so it continues in that framework. And even when Lucas goes and gets some of those red berries and put them in Ivy's hand. Ivy is blind to a certain degree, but she can identify certain people's auras because she calls it their color. I can see your color. And that is kind of like in how there are certain people who can see the energy around the person. Like we all have a magnetic field around us, and that magnetic field is connected to the earth. We got so much crap going on around us with electricity that is being disrupted to a certain degree, but also we've forgotten. But there are some people, and I'll say every now and then, I can sort of see something around people. I don't know what the deal is, but it's every now and then. It's not something I can control, not something that because I don't focus on it, but it's not something I control. But every now and then, if you pay attention, I believe that anybody can, if you can develop that sense. But this girl Ivy, because she was blind, she became blind as a child. The other senses developed, and she was like, she can see people, she can see colors in the dark, and she can see the colors around people. That's how she's able to identify Lucius. She sees his color, and she tells him, she says in the movie that his color was different from everybody else's. And I believe that his color was different from everybody else's because his root chakra was open, definitely. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid of pretty much anything. He wasn't afraid to go out in the woods. He wasn't afraid of the little monsters. He thought. He thinks a lot, but does not necessarily express everything that he thinks. There was a part where she was talking, and he was like, and she was like, why don't you say what's in your head? And he was like, why do I need to say everything in my head? Why you feel like you got to say everything that come into your head? So she could see the auras of people, and Lucius' aura was a different color because Lucius is a demonstration of a person who wasn't living in fear. He wasn't living in shame or guilt. He was willing to love, but he had control over that love. He didn't just spout it out. He didn't turn away from things. Now, how many of y'all noticed that in the movie, it demonstrated how people like to turn away from things with the camera? This is why I like the cinematography part. So like when Lucius and Ivy began to kiss, the camera pans away because, people, somebody kissing, I don't want to be all in their business, and they're supposed to live in this more Puritan type society. So we turn. When she was fighting old boy in the woods, when she was fighting one of the monsters in the woods, it would pan and turn so you couldn't see it. When Lucius was being attacked by Noah, the camera turned because we don't want to look at, it's the nasty, it's the, violence that's going on. There were other times in the movie where the camera would pan and turn you away from whatever was happening. To me, symbolizing how we turn away from things that we may not want to deal with or see. And it doesn't have to be bad. It could be good. Two people kissing is a great thing, right? But our own shame, of that's been implanted in us about sexuality and whatnot, causes people to, look away, right? So that's why one of the reasons why I said I love the cinematography of the movie, because it demonstrated that perfectly of how we like to turn ourselves away from things and not deal with things, which is the essence of this movie, of people deciding to not deal with something. So as the movie continues, Lucius and Lucius showed this when the girl came in. She was like, I love you. We should battle it out. I love you. They didn't show us what he said, but he didn't give in to the pressure of it. So I'm saying Lucius was on his way to being a higher conscious being. He was already higher, had more consciousness than most of the people around there because he knew something was up. But he still is abiding in the rules. He's still in the circle, surrounded by Coventry Forest, right? But he's somewhat bucking the system. But he does profess his love in his manner at the time frame that he wanted and how he wanted to Ivy. Well, Noah was also in love with Ivy, and although Noah had some type of um, autism, I'm just saying autism, I'm not sure what it was. He was in love with Ivy as well. His sadness over Lucius getting ready to marry Ivy, caused him to attempt this murder, to stab Lucius 2 times. And when I was watching it, it was interesting. He stabbed him in the stomach, right? And he stabbed him in the chest, not on the heart side, but make sure it was over here. I don't know if you guys noticed that they showed those 2 stab points, right? So it's not going to kill him. They had to keeping him alive, but he stabbed him in his gut, stabbed him in his heart. And I do think Lucius falling in love with Ivy. Ivy is green when the plant ivy is green. And so in the chakra system, when you're in order to go into the spiritual realm of your chakras, the turning point is in the heart. This was the only thing keeping Lucius chakras, no fear. He's strong. You saw him carrying all the wood and everything. He's a strong individual. So his power chakra, good to go. Instinctive towards people, everything like that. He was chaste, so his sacral chakra fine. But he just needed that love is the thing that turns into the spirit level. It allows all the lower chakras to open into the spirit realm. Yes, this girl who professed her love, that was Ivy's sister. But Ivy's sister doesn't know love because a week later, she's in love with another dude and getting ready to marry that dude. So Noah goes and stabs Lucius. Now they're trying to save Lucius' life. Now we're gonna get into the elders and their secrets. Because earlier, when Lucius brought the wood in, this is when Augustus is still sitting in grief from losing his son. He's looking over at this box. They all got these boxes. All the elders got these boxes. And they're hiding these secrets. And Lucius recognized that you guys are hiding some secrets. And that's when the elder said something, Augustine said something to the effect of, no matter, you can never run from it. We try to hide it, we try to tuck it away, but you can never run from this grief, right? This situation, whatever it is that you're trying to run from, because he's still grieving. And they have that reminder, and the elders have pledged to never go into the forest, never to leave. But it further makes it questionable for Lucius. He even goes back to his mom and he's like, I think the other elder like you, who happens to be married, and it's the things that you don't do. And he demonstrated that when he shook everybody's hand, but he wouldn't touch her, which is what Lucius said. He never wants to touch you. So he's trying to keep away his desires, keep control of his desires. But those desires still followed him into these woods. Grief still followed Augustine into those woods. Grief with the elders represents the running from grief, right? Grief is the thing that blocks your heart chakra. Although they give this big speech about love later on, it is that grief that is blocking that heart. So they're running from grief only to find grief again, or grief to find them again. So Lucius gets stabbed. Now he had been asking to go get some medicine. Now he's the one who needs the medicine. So William Hurt's character finally relents because his daughter is the blind girl. Ivy is his daughter. Ivy and the other girl is his daughter. So she finally is going to allow her to go get medicine from the towns because he recognizes a couple of things. One, her love and his love, that love, and he believes love will prevail, although he's there under conditions of grief. And he also recognizes that at some point somebody has to carry on with the mission of the village, and he sees the strong will of Lucius and his daughter as two people who can carry on the village when the instructions, when everybody's dead. What are those instructions? Well, he takes his daughter Ivy before she ventures off into the world and lets her know that everything in their life, well, that they're living a lie. That the elders had decided that they created these monsters in the woods based on other stories about monsters in woods. If you look at an old seafaring map, if there were seas that they didn't want you to travel into, they put pictures of monsters in the sea in that area to scare sailors away from going and sailing in those spaces. There is a carving at the edge of the woods that shows that same thing. That if you went into the woods, these monsters are going to get you. They have been using these monsters to keep the people in fear, and so that they wouldn't leave the village, right? And one of the things that they would do is that they would make these horn sounds. So he's telling them that these horn sounds that you've been hearing, those are some of the elders. So they make these horns. These horns are blowing in the distance. This is something they pull from Revelation. Revelation talks about the end will come. You're going to hear these trumpet sounds, right? And these trumpet sounds are going to be a sign of the end times. So I don't know what y'all talking about. We talking about this movie right now. Christian Martin, I'll get to that stuff later. Right now we're talking about this movie. Then, so that's a biblical reference of end times by using trumpets and horns to scare the shit out of people, to make them think that it's an end time revelation that's happening. Then there's an incident where Lucius he went out into the woods. What's going on? We're talking about the movie Village. We're doing a review, esoteric review on this movie, The Village. So then they also use the lamb's blood situation. After Lucius goes into the woods, picks off some of the red berries, and he's seen by one of the elders or one of the monster elders, to which they pan away. They did the look away thing when they did that. He goes and he walks in the woods, he gets some of those berries, he's walked back, and this makes Lucius really think that the monsters won't bother him, right? Exactly, Texas guy. The elders' trauma produced trauma in the group, scaring them. But they came into the town as the monsters, walking around the town. Everybody goes and hide in these cellars, right? And you notice I don't recall them showing many of the elders hiding in the cellars. And then they paint these red marks on the door. They mark every door with this red paint. Again, like the Pharaoh marking the blood. What Pharaoh did, the Israelites marking the blood on the doors from the lamb, but this was kind of in the reverse. We're marking this as a warning that we'll kill you. But of course, we know it was the elders who was doing this. in their attempt to keep the lie going. You know, we got to keep them traumatized. And they had to use fear to do it. Well, they chose to use fear. Because here's the thing, you tell people there's something else out there. And without fear, they're going to go and they're going to explore it. If there was no fear, these people would be going into the forest, exploring places. Curiosity would cause them to leave this village. So if you wanted people to stay in place, to stay put, then you use some type of fear story to keep people in line, creating like peace, but creating a false peace. Because that peace is only there because the people are afraid to look and see what's behind, what's in the forest, what's behind the forest, what's beyond the forest, what's beyond whatever's beyond that, and beyond and beyond and beyond until there is no more beyond. Then when we can't find any beyond laterally or horizontally, well, hell, let's go fourth dimensionally into the oceans and up into the sky. And then when we figure all that out, shit, there must be a fifth dimensional direction we can go as well. So fear keeps people in place. They told people there was some people, you know, because not every culture believed the earth was flat, but they used to tell cultures the earth is flat. You go 6 miles beyond here and you fall off the face of the earth. It kept people in check. It keeps people from going outside of the controls that you put in place. And that's what they had put in place, these controls. And for about 40 years, well, it couldn't have been about 40 years. Lucius, so about 20, 30 years, it was working. These controls kept these people in place. And when children are born into such situation and they're told this, then then that's what they believe. They accept what they're taught. Yeah. When we say, look at people who are into these religions, and then they profess them and they believe in them and they can't let them go. It's simply because you were taught it. Whether it was direct or indirectly, you were taught to believe in this religion, this indoctrination, exactly. So the indoctrination of children. And that's what they wanted to do. These elders wanted this to happen while they were children. And the reason why I say it's about 20 years is because Lucius was a baby when they came into this village. So to continue with that theme before I get there. So they decided to send Ivy to go to the town. They gave her a note. The note had what they needed. But notice, he sent her with 2 escorts. The 2 escorts were to take her to the stream, get her to the road, but then she was the only person to go into the towns. So when they would have got to the ivy fence, she would be the only one to go. The 2 other boys could not go. I think another reason why she was sent is because she was blind. With her being blind, she wouldn't be able to report what she saw on the other side. Yes, she can report what she heard, the hearing and smells and whatnot, but she wouldn't be able to report anything that she's seen. Right? And because now she knows the truth. So she wouldn't be able to come back. Oh, they got cars, they got airplanes, they got this, they got that. And we in here living like it's, using well water and shit. So the boys were told that they couldn't go. But the boys were too afraid to go. Even though she said, we got some magic rocks. We got some magic rocks. We got some magic rocks. We got talismans, basically invoking that if I tell you that something is magical and you believe it's magical, then it will give you strength. But because the boys like, we ain't never heard of these rocks, they didn't have a strong enough belief in it at that time frame, so they wouldn't go. Well, one of them backed out early. The second one became so fearful because of his belief that he made himself sick. He started saying that the woods were making him sick. He looked for an outside reason as to why he became sick. But it was his own anxiety, false traumas created by these adults that made him sick. So when people are saying, oh, God made me feel this way, or I felt that way, and just being here or there, that shit is self-induced. Okay? Oftentimes, self-induced. If your mind tells your body that it's sick, it will become sick. That is how strong it is. So the second boy demonstrated, and his fear was so strong that he's willing to leave a blind girl in the woods and actually tell her, you've always done boy things better than most boys. That was a punk ass moment right there. I was like, look at that old punk ass. That was a punk move. You know, he was a straight pab on that one. It's a punk ass B. P-A-B. Punk ass B. I was like, look at this motherfucker. Look at this joker. Right? But the power of the mind, he created so much anxiety within him that he made himself sick. And then he became a pab and let the young girl go by herself into the woods, to which she struggled through some things, right? And in those struggles, one of the things she had to deal with was the fact that Noah, who they had put into their own little version of a jail, their little detention room, the quiet room, which was a funny scene when he was in the quiet room and old girl Ivy came in there because, after he had stabbed Lucius, and she walked up to him and gave him a slap attack, right? And after the slap attack, he was so hurt by her anger towards him and how much he loved her that his only recourse was to escape. And when he did escape, he found one of the old suits of the one we don't speak of and went out to attack Ivy. How he caught up to her, don't know. Because it's a 1.5 day journey, but he caught up to her. And but they did the lookaways on that as well. But he attacked her. She had figured this hole that she had previously fell into. She tricked him into falling into this hole. She knew that it had been somebody in the suit. I'm not sure if she knew who it was, that she could see his color, but she knew it wasn't anything to be fearful of other than a person. And it had to be one of those people, that either an elder or she knew it was Noah. But he falls into in there and he dies. He kills himself by falling into the pit. Then she goes on, finally gets to the fence, climbs over the ivy, get over. And did you notice that the Walker, that's the elder's last name, the top elder's last name. His last name is Walker. The reserve, the truck Jeep that pulls up, it says Walker's Animal Reserve. He had earlier talked about how his dad was so rich, right? And he was a millionaire, but greed for money was the thing that he suffered from. And also willingness to allow people in. But that greed allowed him to make all that money. And I think this is what William Hurt's character was also running from in his grief was also with the grief of not of his dad passing and not knowing his dad. But this turns out that it's the Walker Animal Preserve. And I was like, I'll be damned. Right. And this is set now, it's the vehicle is in the newspaper that you see later on was a 2004 newspaper. So it was set in the present of 2004 when this movie came out. But she meets the guard, one of the gate guys, the guard guys, and the guy just telling her he read the note, saw she needs some medicine, and he was like, "You just stay right here." And then he goes and gets the medicine. Okay, he was ready to that in. Hey man, some chick, she in the reserve. Ain't nobody supposed to ever go in this reserve. Our whole job is keeping people out of this reserve. This girl just came out, and she dressed in old timey. It's called The Village by M. Night Shyamalan. Which that's when you get M. Night Shyamalan's cameo. He's the one reading the newspaper. He cameos in pretty much every movie he's in, but that was him reading the newspaper. And the newspaper articles are all filled with tragedies. So while she's going on this journey, the elders all open their little boxes and show why they had the trauma that they were escaping from. Like the lady who said she lost her sister. Her sister was raped and then thrown in a dumpster. So they all met because they were, you didn't know about that? You didn't know about what, Davey? It was cruel for Ivy's father to tell her this mission is only for you and no one else. Yep. The mission to save Lucius should have been everyone's mission, or at least Noah's parents. Well, see, they had to do that so that the movie can happen, Texas Goddess. Yeah, and this actual movie is placed in Pennsylvania. Because he's really reading the Philadelphia Journal. The William Hurt said he's teach at the University of Pennsylvania, which is in Philadelphia. Yeah, they had to do that. There are certain things that I look for in movies so that the movie can happen. It's like easy solve. William Hurt's character takes his ID, goes outside the place, gets the medicine. He's the owner of this preserve. It would have been no problem. No, it could have kept the lie going. Oh, by M. Night Shyamalan? M. Night Shyamalan reading the paper? Yeah. In his movies, I always look for his cameo. He cameos in, in the movies of his that I have watched, he's always in the movies. And he always has the name Jay. So look for a character named Jay. And most of the time, that's M. Night Shyamalan. No, I didn't think about her name was Ivy Walker, like Luke Skywalker. She's the one. She got the Force, and she did. She kind of had the Force. She could see the midichlorians around somebody. But yeah, the power of control over the minds of the people in this movie, because you have these adults who have met in a grief support group. And all of them were part of a grief support group. And they all experienced some type of grief in their life. Lucas' mom, Sigourney Weaver, her grief, I think, was the tragic loss of her husband. But yet she and William Hurt's character, Mr. Skywalker, was, there was this attraction between the two of them. And Walker's wife was still around. But they all experienced some type of grief, and it was running from this grief. And they decided that the world was too evil with all this crime. And that's why I went back and I looked at a still of the newspaper, because they're always telling you some stuff in movies. They're always trying to tell you things in newspapers. Sometimes it's repetitive articles or it's gibberish or things like that. But when you have somebody like M. Night, who is always trying to do something symbolic, I figured the newspapers would be symbolic. And that's when I noticed that it was the Philadelphia Journal, and it was a 2004 date. and that every article in the newspaper was an article about some tragedy happening. Right? You can see people doing that now. They're homesteading, buying land and growing food. They're telling people to come live in their community away from it all. Yeah. Lucius is the strongest character because of his name Light. Yeah. So you got Lucius. And he also Lucius, Luke, and then old girl named Walker, Luke Skywalker, them together coming as one. Luke Skywalker. They're gonna have Luke. I'll just explain out that for you. Yeah, they went through a great deal to keep this lie going. I already talked about the colors red and yellow and what they was mean. The name Ivy and being also green for the heart. But yes, so although these people reason for going in there was because they were leaving grief, and although they didn't expressly get into any kind of religious dogma throughout the movie, like you didn't have any, I don't recall any church scene. They had a marriage scene, they had a funeral, but there was no we all going to church kind of scene, right? They were kind of Amish Mennonite, where there was more Mennonite in their way of life, in the fact that you just had a group of elders, and all the elders had power to speak and that sort of thing. But you didn't have a direct religious connotation, although you had some little statues and stuff in the graveyard. But they use the same religious concepts of fear to keep people in line, right? With the red equaling out fear, equaling out blood, the yellow equaling out instincts, basic animalistic instincts of fight or flight. But in their case, it was always flight, hiding. And so they kept these people in that mindset and raised this generation to live in fear in the same way that religion hinders so many people that they live in so much fear that the true power of that person is never seen, the true ability, the true enlightenment of that person. I want you to think about it. If you have a successful person at anything that's caught up in a religion, imagine, and since competition is not you versus somebody else, but you versus yourself, to what heights could that person truly ascend to in whatever their chosen thing is if you take away the restrictions of religion? Yeah, the government does it the same way, doing it right now. Well, it does it all the time. And I also think that the animals, the red represents hell, because that was going to be their destruction, their death, the problem. And they told the kids, oh, it's been many years since they've crossed our borders. They've never crossed our borders because we've respected not going into the forest and whatnot. But because now you got Noah and Lucius going into the forest, they showing some disruption. So we got to reinforce this fear. So they kept reinforcing that, and through that reinforcement, you're trying to shut down the two people, Lucius, well, all three of them really, Lucius, Ivy, and Noah, who all also represent a trinity. Lucius, the strong, quiet father. Lucy, the mother goddess who can see things beyond what you can normally see. but strong in her own way. And then Noah, the son, the innocent child, right? So you got the multiple trinities, but the original style of trinities: the father, the mother, and the child, and all caught up in a love triangle. But as in Christianity, the child tries to kill the father. And I say that in this meaning, if you truly think about it, Jesus was telling the Pharisees who worship the previous God, trying to change things, do things differently. This ain't right. Told the Pharisees that you worship the devil, a liar. And the fact that government-wise, Christianity was created to make a more docile version of Judaism. So Noah trying to kill Lucius is Christianity trying to kill Judaism. Y'all didn't think about that, did you? Noah also was the art of the film. In the Bible, art creator. I have to think about that one. But I mean, you could see Noah as a Noah character, where although he was righteous and he was said to be righteous, Lucius was innocent. But then Noah gets drunk as soon as everything is over, and Lucius tries to kill somebody, but not really fully blamed, but then go try to kill somebody else. Grand Rising Brian. But those three do represent a form of a trinity of a father, son, and mother. Yeah, after he stabbed Lucius, the movie actually became more interesting. It was moving kind of slow. Yeah. No, it was Lucius who pleaded. Yeah. I can say, wait a minute, confused me. Right. Noah eventually falls after chasing Ivy, and that's the thing. He had been chasing Ivy, but never able to catch her. When they were just playing it as a game, he was chasing her, but he couldn't. He was like, "Oh, you cheated," but he couldn't catch her. He listened to Ivy. Ivy tells him no hitting, so like, okay, no hitting. So he listens to her, but then when he finally tries to chase her, and it's like, you wouldn't go out in the forest for this, man. You locked me up. You came and gave me a slap fest 2000. And he tries to kill her, but he winds up falling into the pit and dying. And with him representing the Son, Jesus, will eventually, those who can see deeper, with Ivy being able to see deeper than most people can see, seeing energy, seeing auras, not being fearful of that. When Noah, dressed in red, trying to bring into the fear, tries to capture her, she falls into a pit and dies, which is what happened to Christianity. Every time it tries to come and envelop somebody who can see the light in the darkness, because remember they said she sees light in darkness. When a person who can see light in darkness, you fail. The fear religion fails and you die. Or that religion dies. Y'all like that one, don't y'all? Because I like that one. Yes, red is the root chakra. I said that. That's why you got to be here on time, one immaculate. I just play. the elders worked so hard to protect everyone from the outside, yet the greatest threat was within. Exactly. When they was looking at all their articles and stuff they had in their little private boxes with all these tragedies, but the tragedies that they tried to leave came back to them. Augustine's son dying of illness because, oh, y'all want to live away from everybody. You don't have access to medicine. You're losing children. The children dying before the parent. No parent wants that. So you tried to run from grief, but it came and got you. Y'all trying to run from murders, but murders happened anyway. Well, at least attempted murder. We don't actually know if Lucius survived because it goes to black. We're going to assume that he survived. So as much as you try to run from life, you can't. Instead of flight, you have to fight. You have to fight for life. If you want life to be great, you got to fight for it. You have to purposely, overcome your issues. We're all going to have some type of issue. We're all going to have some kind of struggle. But if you run from it, hide from it, or how the movie turns away from it, it's going to follow you from the next step to the next step. You think you're going somewhere new, but you ain't going nowhere new. You got to look within yourself and make whatever necessary changes within yourself in order for you to truly grow and overcome anything that you are dealing with. Yeah. And Lucius was somewhat woke. He wasn't afraid, but he was still caught up within, because he was willing to go out and come back into the town. He was just he still believed in the what creates fear for everybody else. It just didn't create fear for him. But he was still believing in I got to stay attached to these people. Old girl, she could see the light in the darkness. And then once she was exposed to the truth, she really could see. Ooh, that's good, Texas. The church is trying to protect people from hell, but they are producing hell for their parishioners. Exactly. You can't express yourself. You can't live your life the way you choose to live your life. You have to abstain from things that they are calling sinful that are not sinful at all. At all. At all. And look at the different things that they keep flip-flopping the sins throughout. If you look at church history, things that they call sins at one point is not a sin today. If a woman exposing any skin beyond her hands and her feet, that was sinful. You have to wear a dress down to your ankles and down to the cuff. You show an elbow and you sinful. Sex before marriage, exactly, sinful. That was considered sinful, right? And which there's no such thing actually, even according to their beliefs. If they actually went by their beliefs. If a man has sex with a woman, you marry. If a man has sex with another woman who's not married to anybody else, now you got two wives, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those are as many wives that you have. If a man has sex with a woman who's married to another woman, that's adultery. But there is no such thing as premarital sex. Sex is the marriage, is the consummation of the marriage. So, but of course, we have grown in our morality to know that sex is just sex. It's just pleasurable. It's connective. Two people if you choose to, you can bond through sex. You can choose not to and just have a good time. But, you think women would fight for it more than men. It's your body. You should be able to do what you want with it. And who should be putting this judgment over it? The word monster doesn't mean what horror films portrayed. It's all in the mind. The movie, it was all in the mind. You have to explain more about the monster. I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about humans as far as Black's Law, how Black's Law defines monster. Right. It's natural for humans' response to reproduce. And possession of a person is a human thing. The Village, J.A. Roberts. Sin must exist. The only sin that exists in my mind, to me, and nobody else has to agree, is when you do something that is against your own self. As long as, when you do something that's against your own self, that's the only sin. That's it. Now, understand, that means you can go and do whatever it is that you desire to do, as long as it doesn't interfere with somebody else's ability to do what they want to do. So I couldn't go and have sex with a person that didn't want to have sex with me. Just because I want to have sex with them, if they didn't want to have sex with me, then no. That's a violation. It doesn't matter that I want to. The answer is no. But if we are in agreement, ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. If I want to get in the car right now and just start driving to California, I'm not hurting anybody else. No, just go. It's what I want to do. If I want to go to a nude beach, I was gonna say walk there, I'm butt naked down the street, but that is against the law. But if I want to go to a nude beach, it shouldn't be against the law. It shouldn't be. You should be able to walk around butt ass naked anywhere you want to go. But if I wanted to go to a nude beach, what's the problem? What's the problem with that? It's a place that has been designated for that type of activity. Perfectly. About an hour away from here, there's a nudist colony in North Georgia. If you wanted to go there and walk around butt ass naked, everybody there is in agreement of that. So you're not interfering with somebody else's, rights. You should be, that's fine. Wherever you want to live, whatever you want to eat, however you want to live your life, as long as it doesn't prevent anybody else. Now, if you want to live your life a certain way, but you don't go do it because some religion has told you that that's a sin, now you are out. The true sin is you not doing what you want to do because you're doing something. You're not doing it because somebody else doesn't want you to do it. Some other religion, some controls don't want you to do it. Lucius wanted to go out and get the stuff. Now we get the medicine. Now when he walked into the woods just to test his theory, and then later on when they came and they did the painting the houses red and did all this stuff, he felt grief and remorse because he felt like he violated, like he had committed a sin. But he hadn't committed a sin. He had just broke the rules of these people, and in no way did him walking in the forest harm anyone. So the sin was really within himself for not going and doing what he desired to do. Now, as young and strong as he was, if his ass would have just went out there and would have fought one of them things, he probably would have whooped their ass. And then found out the truth in the worst way possible. Monster means to warn. Okay, I got to research it, but okay. Everyone has a dual nature. If nothing or nobody sinned, we wouldn't know what righteousness is, like good or bad, hot or cold. Right, there is duality, and there would never be a society where nobody does anything to violate someone else's rights. But if we took out religion and understood just that very basic rule, we might be able to decrease people violating stuff. When you give people 1,000 rules to follow, it becomes so much pressure that they're going to break. Some people are going to break those. They're going to break them just for the sake of breaking them. You know, you can't give 1,000 rules. You got to keep things simple. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. That's what we used to say in the military. Keep it simple, stupid. One rule. Do whatever you want to do as long as it doesn't violate what I want to do. That's it. Do what makes you happy. That's my rule. Do what makes you happy as long as it doesn't violate somebody else's. Now, when you don't do what makes you happy, if you're too caught up in trying not to do what makes you happy, you're going to break. Look at them PK kids. They have so much pressure on them. But as soon as they get away from them parents, boom, they the wildest, freakiest, drug-using, drinking jokers be out there. Negative energy causes problem, positive it doesn't. True, it doesn't. If you're doing more positive things for yourself, if everybody was doing more positive things for themselves, then it will greatly outpace most of the negative feelings that you have. Right? Lucius was losing his conscience like others weren't. And so, him and Ivy were. Okay. All right. Breaking it down. Middle Eastern. Like you snatched that right off of one of the etymology pages. So, all right. Yeah. I forgot about that part. Thank you, Texas Ivy. Texas Goddess. When Ivy climbed the fence, she had the expectation that everything on the outside was evil and all this sort of thing. And because that's what she had been taught. But when she met Kevin, the one of the things she said was that you have kindness in your voice. She wasn't expecting that because of how she had been taught, what she had been told. You know, this is why traveling is so important. When you only stay inside of your little area, you can be told anything about everything and people will believe it. When I was in when I was in Germany and the 96 Olympics were coming up, it was funny to me how so many of my German friends, well, associates, can't call them friends. How many of my German associates, people I hung out with, they were going to the Olympics and they were terrified. Some of them were terrified. I heard that, they heard that Atlanta was filled with people who was going to be shooting them on the streets, right? That they're shooting. Now, everybody in Atlanta is running around with guns. And I remember I was over there we was playing spades. And one of the German people was like, they did the racist thing, not knowing that it's an American racist thing. They was like, okay, we know y'all, because there was about 15 black people there. We know y'all. And y'all are great. But the black people in Atlanta are shooting everybody. And I was like, where the hell did you get that from? That's all the news, which the media that was pumped out of America to Germany, that's all they saw. That's all they saw. Tupac and Biggie shooting each other. That's all they saw. That's all they knew. So when you live in an enclosed environment, that is going to be your mindset. When I was in Tampa and I started meeting some of these people in Tampa, and they've never been outside of Tampa city limits, which I thought was like, how is that possible? But they had never been outside of the city limits of Tampa. So what they knew about other cities, other countries was only what the news and what their family members and friends, the people that they talked to, told them about it. You know, I told them I used to live in Germany. Oh man, it's Nazis and stuff and all that stuff over there. I'm like, what are you talking about? In Germany, they don't have, there's nothing Nazi about Germany. You have to go to a museum to see anything about that. They don't have monuments of the loser like we do here in America. When I was telling some guys last year about moving to Africa, man, they got civil war stuff going on over there. And I say, like, Rwanda would be a great place. Man, they got genocide going on. I'm like, dude, that was 20 years. That was 20 years ago. What the hell are you talking about? Rwanda is one of the best places that you can live in right now. Kigali is one of the safest, cleanest, and becoming more technologically advanced than most American cities. What the hell? But he still thinks that genocide is going on in Rwanda. I was like, are you serious? I literally have had at least about 4 people last year who said that. And I wanted to just take that slap fest that Ivy put on Noah. I wanted one of them on them fools. Because that's what you can do when you isolate people. That's what you do. That's what people do to other people in just relationships. If you're in a relationship with somebody and they're trying to keep you away from your friends, keep you away from your family, keep you away from going and being around other people, they're isolating you. What they want is their word to be the only word that goes in your ear. You know, you look at some of these religions. Look at what Christianity says. Women. Wives, be silent in the churches. And if you would have any questions, ask your husbands at home. Now, the husbands are only learning from the priests. The priests claim the authority of some deity. So ultimately, the deity through the priest, through the husband, to the wife, to the children, is control. If a husband is saying that he is the only voice you should hear, that motherfucker trying to control you. Now, I am one that will say that my spouse is my greatest advisor. She's my greatest advisor. I'm going to look for her opinions, her thoughts first, because we're in a house together. We living together. We choose to be together. I want to make the thing work. So she's the greatest advisor, but she's not the only advisor. All right. I will still consult other people that I have found to have wisdom in whatever, if depending on what area that I'm talking about. Right. But when someone tries to isolate you like that, that's pretty much what they did in this movie. They isolated all these people and they controlled them. It is a system of control. So, ladies, if you got a man that's saying some stuff like that, dudes, if you got a woman that's doing things like that, you kick their ass to the curb. I'm just saying, kick them to the curb. They need to go. You know, I know people who, you know, oh, coach, how you gonna tell people to leave? They relate, man, please. You can find another one. Trust me. You can find another one. There's plenty. There's plenty. You're gonna have to break a lot of eggs, but there's plenty. You might have to go through a lot of coal before you get to some diamonds, but there's plenty. It is not worth your joy, your happiness, the beauty of life for you to stay trapped into some bullshit with somebody, or even with a country, a city, or anything like that. I had a client. She wanted to change her whole life. She wanted to change the way she dressed. She wanted to get in shape. She wanted to change her career. She wanted to change how she behaved. She just wanted a full overhaul. And so she hired me to help her with this full overhaul. But one of the problems that we were having is that because the people she was around wouldn't accept it, I told you got one of two choices. Change your immediate surroundings or just leave the city and go start over somewhere else. Like, where would you love to live? And Miami happened to be a place that she said she would love to live. I said, all right. So we spent about 6 months getting her ready to move to Miami. Where when she got to Miami, nobody knew her. She could be whoever she wanted to be in Miami. And that's what she did. And then that's when she found her husband. And how long have they been married now? They've been married for about 10 years now. Yeah, because wait a minute, that was about so it was about they've been married for about 7, 8 years now. But that's how she found her happiness. That's where she could be the self that she wanted to be. Germany doesn't feel, brotherly love. That's why it's not my religion. Chi friends. Yeah, say in Africa you can have many wives. You can have them in America. It might not, you just can't legally have them, but you can have them. The legal structure doesn't force you to. That's what I'm saying. There are people in America who won't do polygamy because it's not legal. But who says you have to? The legal paperwork is not the marriage. It's the commitment between the people. You need one more, go get you one more. Trauma. Nazi mean nationalism, but not the word has been corrupted. It's become anti-Semitic because of their actions. So that's the meaning of it now. Language is always changing and will always change. The side of house rules. I'm gonna be honest, I've never seen the side of house rules. Yeah, the options are available. What do you think the message was trying to say in the Village movie, Coach? I think the message in the Village movie was that if you can't outrun life. If you try to isolate yourself and leave grief and pain and suffering, that just the human equation is going to bring in, there's always going to be someone who's violent. There's always going to be some type of crime and some type of grief. You're going to lose in some form of fashion. So you can't outrun it just by trying to isolate yourself. It's better for you to actually deal with it. You're supposed to be in a support group for trauma, but you just took your trauma and created more trauma. The other thing is that how fear is the best weapon for control. If you want to control people, fear. But eventually, there's going to be something that happens because of the human equation that even fear is not strong enough. In this instance, they were trying to show that love was stronger. Lucius had a love for his village, so he wanted to go venture out beyond what everybody feared. Ivy had a love for Lucius, so when he was stabbed, she was willing to get over whatever fears and go venture out. So love in all its many forms can overcome your fear. It gives you courage. Men are polygamous by nature originally. So yeah. I think people are polygamous by nature. Not just men. I think that's no. I think that's still within the concepts of the confines of how we look at things. People are polygamous by nature. Because we are one of the few animals that enjoy sex. And women are built to have more pleasure in sex than men. If it wasn't for the patriarchy system of beating women's sexual natures down, women would be having way more sex partners than men. They would. The only, and if we weren't, and then we have our constant concern for bloodlines, which is the only other reason why women don't. But if Nah, man. I'm tell you right now, it's good that I'm not a woman right now. I'd be I'm sexually explorative already, but I'd be super explorative if I was a woman, because that shit is just not fair. It's not. I ain't gonna lie. There's been times when I'm like involved with a woman and I'm just looking at her and I'm just getting mad. Like, this is bullshit. You know, you touch her here, touch her there, and she just all like, ah. You touch me in the same place, like, you know, you mess with a woman's chest, and she all like, ooh. You touch a man's chest, and he's like, oh, okay, it's nice, but you ain't feeling what you feeling. They pum be feeling all kind of stuff. I mean, well, ping feel some stuff, but let's admit it, guys, we don't feel nothing like what they be feeling. We don't feel nothing like what they be feeling. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. I'm tell you, if Days is a god, it's one of the first things I'm saying, hey, man, that shit wasn't fair. Just want to let you know. Y'all wrong. But yeah, I think everybody, we would, if we didn't have all these restrictions, people would be more sexually explorative. Just like they, you know, I know people to try to dog out the Greeks and the Romans, but hey, they had that part right. When we consume our own tail out of fear of the harlot, we only we only succeed in dragging ourselves into the bottomless pit. What do you mean by that, Glenn? It will follow you until you face it. Yep. I think I know what you mean, Glenn, but I will just make sure. I feel every movie has a surface and a subterranean knowledge, especially. Oh yeah. I think, yeah, if I was writing a movie, I would have all kinds. You got to make the movie so that the general blind sheep masses will enjoy it, and then you put all your undertones in there. Yeah. Oh, did I mess up the image, Renee? Sorry. I don't ever want y'all to have a false image of me. Um, don't ever have a false image of me. If you came and we hung out, like, okay, like give you an example. You know, I did the shows with Kevin for a couple of years before we ever, well, about a year or two before we actually met in person. And then when we met in person, and at the end of the night, Kevin was like, man, you funny. He was like, you funny. He said, man, I thought meeting you was gonna be all stoic and serious. He was like, you actually funny, you kind of cool. He was like, you kind of cool. And I was like, my bad. What an impression I was trying to give is just what we was doing on the show. But no, that's the thing. When people get mad at me when I do other subject matters, I'm like, dude, I have varied interest in a bunch of stuff. Why I gotta be? I don't have to be, you know, in this little circle because you want me to be. But if you came and hung out with me, Renee, you probably come on here and be like, y'all, Coach Ring crazy as hell. He got problems. Something wrong with that man. But you would have a good time. Tell you that. Yeah, some men are very sensitive in the nips, but we still ain't like women. That's just, it ain't fair. I'm sorry. It's just not fair. Yeah, the clitoris got all kind of nerve in it. That's not fair. We ain't got nothing like that thing right there. And then it goes inside, and it's like this on the inside, like got the two fingers. And so like within the first like 4 inches is where the main part of it, but then it got the tentacles that go out. Y'all just be getting all the good stuff. All the good stuff. Yes, Cam, you're right. All parts of life would be more exploratory if we took fear out of the equation. Fear is good for certain things, like a shark is in the waters. Let's make sure we protect ourselves from that kind of stuff, or just get the hell out. Fiction is the safest courier of the truth when it's skillfully woven in. Yes, it can be. It is. I give you that one. Thank you, Debbie. I have great energy. Yeah. Okay. Check it out over the weekend. It starts out slow, my guy. I'm telling you, Marcus, Grand Rise Marcus, it starts out slow. Oh, yeah. For watching the Villiage and breaking it down. I truly enjoy your input and the group's input. Thank you. I am a fun, lovely person. I'm not stuck up. I promise I'm not. I'm not an elitist. Even Howard the Duck was a deep movie, but it was the biggest movie for the 80s. I don't know if they were Freemasons and stuff who wrote those movies, but sure. If they were, I'm pretty sure they put some esoteric things in there that some people are not going to catch. Have you ever been a truck driver? Because that's how they used to talk. I don't know. I've never been a truck driver. I don't know what I said. That's truck driver-ish. It's good for teaching, like crossing the street. I don't know if that's in relation to the makeup of a woman genetically isn't the same as a man. Women grow more attached to the man she's sexually active with via the producing of more oxytocin hormones. True, it is. A woman, I will give it that. A woman's emotions are tied into her sexual activities more so than a man. There are women who are just like men, so it's a mostly kind of thing, not all. It's a mostly kind of thing. Most women, if they're having repeated sexual activity with the same man, they're going to develop emotions to that man. Most men can have repeated sexual activity with a woman and not develop any emotional connection. Right? That's probably the biggest difference, which is kind of funny. Women can enjoy sex more than a man can, but yet can become more attached to a man. Whereas a man doesn't enjoy it as much as a woman and can refrain from being attached. Maybe that's why the women become more attached easier because of so much pleasure that they derive, and that pleasure connects with their emotions easier, and men are not getting the same amount of pleasure, so we can stay detached from it. I can see that. Sounds like a good theory thus far. It's not that long of a film, Marcus, but it can seem, the first two acts of the movie seem long. Just keep in mind, even though it's M. Night Shyamalan, it's a love story. All right, it's a love story. It's not a super suspenseful horror movie. Oh, you're talking about fear, gotcha. Yeah, fear is good for teaching, like crossing the street. Like you use fear for what it's useful for. But like most things, humans abuse it, right? So in our abuse of things, we take it out of proportion, take it out of its realm of where it should be. Tiffany Haddish said, a woman's sexual organs are the same as a man, just inverted. Well, I'm gonna do a video on this anyway, but that is a first, second, maybe third and fourth century Christian idea. And actually even before that, even older than that. But it was in the first and second, third century Christianity that they really taught that. And you can see this in things like the Gospel of Thomas and in the Gospels. Like when the Gospel of Thomas said, I will make this, they're like, why Mary shouldn't be here. She doesn't deserve heaven. We should kill her for being here. And he tells them, I will make her like you men. Basically, there was this ideal in that first, second, third century that women were undeveloped men. Women were the reason why women weren't equal to men because they hadn't fully developed. That their pum pum was an inverted penis, right? Um, so that's one of the reasons that they saw that women were weaker. Women should be ruled over because they weren't full developed men. But when they get to heaven, they will be turned into men, right? This is why the angelic host was always men, because to reach that height, you have to be a man, or at least androgynous to a point. They used to teach that Adam, when he was first made, was androgynous, and when Eve was created out of his rib because they were taking the woman parts of Adam and making that into Eve, and then Adam was just all male at this point. But that's why the two come together to create the perfect, back to a perfect being, is what they used to teach. So with her saying that, now she may not mean it to that level, but you can turn it inside out like they do in the surgery, and it still ain't got the nerve endings that a woman naturally have. How do you feel about the Immaculate Conception of Jesus, since Joseph supposedly didn't screw Mary? There is no, the Immaculate Conception was an idea that was taught long before the Joseph and Mary story, where it was if the two people would journey to the church and learn how to have sex through tantric means, what's similar to tantra, and they would have sex in the holiest of holies, and by doing that, they would have a clean birth, a spiritual birth. That was just moved over into the Christian idea of an immaculate birth between Joseph and Mary, which was, Mary and the Holy Spirit, and that's just a farce. A clean birth, an immaculate birth to me is a child that is born because the two people wanted to have that child. Now, you know what? Let me change that. Every birth is immaculate, pretty much, except for rape. But the child is still immaculate. So I guess that was the thing I was trying to get at. The child, every child is immaculate. The process may not be, but the child is. When we have over, we have balls. Clits are just penises. We are mutations of women. I don't think we're mutations of women. I think we are just what we are. We're men, they're women. Most things on the planet are male or female. Very few are androgynous or hermaphrodites. All humans don't start out as female. Why do people keep saying that? When the sperm, okay, eggs have XX chromosomes. Sperms either have XX or XY. If an XY chromosome penetrates the egg, that child is only going to be a male. It just takes longer for the sexual orientation to develop, but it's not a female. At no point is it female, all female. It's just because it has XY, it has Y chromosomes in there. So we don't all start out as female. That's like, I'm not trying to get into the whole abortion conversation, but when they say it's not a human until this trimester or that trimester, I'm like, look, from the moment the sperm and the egg get together, it ain't gonna there's no possibility for it to become a goat, for it to become an octopus. It's only going to be a human. That's it. It can't be nothing else. No. There is no, if the science is an XY sperm gets into an egg, it's going to be a male, no matter what. You can have the most brilliant scientist in the world say, no, we all start out as female. And I will say that he's an idiot or she's an idiot, because what else is it ever going to be? Some things are just very simple, but we overcomplicate it. Yes, doctors are wrong. Yes, doctors have been wrong many times. Women were here first. I'm going to do you like we do Christians, trauma. Prove it. Prove it. How can a woman be here first? How can a man be here first? If a woman is here first, how does she reproduce? How does a woman reproduce if it's just a woman? How can a man reproduce if it's just a man? If they have both sex organs, it's not a woman nor is it a man. It's a hermaphrodite. And if they're able to produce asexually, and then they will be able to produce asexually if they're able to reproduce. How can a woman impregnate herself if she doesn't have sperm? See what I'm saying? You see where that's where those kind of things fall short. Because a woman, if she has sperm, then she's a hermaphrodite. Well, let me rephrase. It's a hermaphrodite. It's not a he nor she. It's a them. This is where I will get down with the pronouns. It's a them. Trauma, I don't know where you at, but you're going to make me get in my car and come fight you. Bone marrow. Illumi says, in that case, we F ourselves. Boy, don't let us be able to do that. We wouldn't get nothing done. We'd be all in the house all day. Tired, sleeping. Whew. All right, round 3. Illumi, don't take trauma too seriously. I'm not taking him all the way seriously. I'm pretty sure he's being at some part is just to mess with folks. Mm-hmm. I don't know what that article is, Dwayne Gartner. I can check it later. I can't check it while I'm on here. Oh, I don't check things like that while I'm on here. But I can. It won't let me though. Using StreamYard, it won't let me check it. I'm sure I can look it up. I'm sure that there are doctors out here who say that we started out female and then we develop into our sex at a certain point. I remember the doctor saying that. In each of my birth, okay, so y'all know I'm a debate with people. In each of the birth of my children, the doctor was saying, okay, we're going to find out the sex. And I did have one doctor he said, we're going to find out the sex of the child when it changes. And I told the doctor, each one, I was like, it never changed. It just fully develops into what it was going to be in the very beginning. And it was like, and I had the doctor like, no, they all start out female. I was like, no. I said, if there's a XY chromosome sperm, it's going to be a dude. From the very beginning, it was going to be a dude. Was it going to be anything else? Is there a way that all of a sudden the embryo spits out all the Y chromosome and comes out as waste and it just decides to be female? No. My son was always going to be a him from the beginning, from the moment of conception. Yeah, I love the fact that science always checking, and that at some point our knowledge of science is increased, and it may change our mindsets on something, how we think about something. In Jurassic Park Dominion, they showed that. You really gonna make me fight you. Now I'm gonna go fight him. One immaculate as well. Yes, it did show that in some species of frogs, when there were frogs or lizards, frogs, when there are too many females, it will produce a male. Yeah, I'm not a frog. We're not frogs. Science can be based on money. Oh yeah, if I got enough money, I'm gonna tell you what the end conclusion is gonna be. It's it's all lore and allegory to divide out and confuse people. Yeah, the Bible show is. People say it's called transgender. Why do men turn gay, but they're still XY chromosome? They're still XY chromosome. Biologically, they are still male. You can change your physical appearance all day long. Biologically, you are still male. You cannot change your DNA. Not yet. Let me put it that way. Not yet. I am pretty sure at some point we will be able to. Like me and Angie was looking this up last night because I got a wild hair up my ass. Where will medical science be like in the next 50 years? And it didn't say this, but it did talk about. There was one article that was talking about DNA research and being able to change DNA. That it might be possible within 50 years. I'm sure that at some point we will be able to go in there and change a person's DNA. So when a person says that I want to be female, that they will be able to take out all the Y chromosomes and make you biologically female. I don't know how a body is going to respond at that point, but I know that they can. If you wanted to have a girl right now or a boy, that they can do something that they can do not something. I know what they can do. They can tell which sperms are male and female and then purposely insert that sperm. They can now mess with the modifications of you want a child with brown eyes or green eyes or whatever eyes, and hair color can be manipulated. So there's no telling where we will be in 50 years as far as reshape, but that's man doing shit. That's not biology. That's not natural. Naturally, your ass is a man, your ass is a woman. Now, socially, you can decide what you want to be. And then biologically, we do have tendencies. 25% of who we are is biological. There are men who are effeminate. There are men who are overly masculine. There are women who are effeminate. There are women who are overly masculine. Some of that is just your biology. And then some of that is how you grew up. They're really in touch with their feminine side. Yeah. Like Jurassic Park, they cloned it. Yeah, they cloned some DNA, and we getting cloning will be something I'm very interested in seeing where cloning goes in the next 50 years. What was M. Night Shyamalan's cult movie called? I mean, we just talking The Village. It's mind control blueprint. Hence why there's a church in every hood. We was driving through somewhere. I forgot where me and Angie was at, but it was like church. Oh, we was driving through Marietta, where I grew up, and there's one look, and there was like a church on every corner. It was like there ain't enough people for all these churches. There are some fish that will change to male, but see, that's something built into their biology. We have yet to discover, and I used to get into arguments with some gay men who used to say that they will be talking about it, and they'll say something to the effect about there are animals who do that, like those fish that can just change even as adults because if their population gets out of balance and all these sort of things. And I was like, just because there are examples in nature of a different species doing something like that doesn't necessarily mean that covers all species, you know. And I was just telling, I look, I ain't got no problem with you doing whatever you want to do, as long as they all consenting. I don't give a shit. As long as y'all grown and y'all consent, I care less, right? Just try to stop trying to force stuff on me. You know, don't become a tyrant about your standing, you know, and try to force it on me. Allow me to accept what I want to accept and not accept what I don't want to accept. Now, if I'm violating your civil rights, fight for that. And I'm down with you for fighting for that. You shouldn't be disqualified for jobs or education or things of that nature. But don't force me to have to accept what you say is science, because it ain't. You know, if you want to dress like a woman, dress like a woman. I don't care. That's you. Now, if you look like shit, I'm gonna tell you that you look like shit. But that's you. Just don't force me. The Great Reset gonna dismantle all of this. Yep, that would be awesome. When the age of Aquarius finally comes through. Actually, I was reading a thing. There's more women than men. If you look worldwide, it's about equal. Worldwide, it's about equal. I was looking at some world statistics. So I think that's out of balance. And then now, maybe in the elderly community, there's probably more women than men. That is, the balance is even more so when it's broken down by age. Grand Rising Aline, how you doing? Thank you. Heard of the island of Lesbos before? I was I'm 4 or 5 days old on that one. My daughter was explaining to me about Sappho, the poet Sappho, who was a feminist poet back in the days, in the Greek days, and the women who used to, she was very popular, and the women who listened to them were called lesbos, and they were, and especially on this island, I forgot what island she said it was, but they were called lesbos on the island, and these were women who were in touch with their femininity, and they had sex however they wanted to with whomever they wanted to, and with each other, and so they were called lesbos, the island of Lesbos, following, and that's where they get the term lesbians, because I had asked my daughter, I said, okay, since you all into that community, let me ask you a question. A person who's attracted to another person is called what? She was like, gay. Right. A man attracted to another man is called what? She said, gay. A woman that's attracted to another woman is called what? She was like, a lesbian. Why? Why the difference? She gay. And then she explained the whole Isle of Lesbos thing to me. Sappho, the poet, and all that. So I've only known that for about 4 days. 4 days now. Yeah, about 4 days, 4 or 5 days. I am going to do some more research on that one because I think that'll be an interesting video. Excuse me. Brian W. Men turn gay. I'm sorry. No, we can't even begin to tell you if you don't already know. Just say they're not turned on by women. They don't enjoy female company. They were touched by a man first. They were never treated kindly by women just because. It's really that simple, you know, and it's been that way since time immemorial. I think for me, I try to look at each individually, not as a group. Because like I know of the lady who had 2 twins, and I grew up with these 2 twins, and I remember she used to dress one twin as a girl, made him stay in the house and play with the girl, her daughters, and all that stuff. And yeah, he wound up being gay. where the other one was fully masculine because he was outside. He was out there playing with us, falling out of trees and shit. So I try to look at that whole situation individually, not as a group, because there's no science to back any of it. Now, I don't know about the M. Night Ben and the Anglican Church priest and Rothschilds as far as him. I've never researched him. Church money is legal racketeering. You take away them 501s. Nope, I don't accept prayers from people. Yep, NFL is nonprofit. Man, that tripped me out when I found that out about 2 or 3 years ago. Yep, we just gotta fully get into the age. We haven't gotten there yet. We're in the transition portion. Thank you, Warren Immaculate. It's all Philadelphia. It's all brotherly love. Yeah, the Roman doctrine is still what rules the world. And then, you're going to have that since it was the last dominant empire that went into. But you can also, if you look at that, see, this is how you can do those kinds of things. The Romans adopted the Greeks. The Greeks adopted the Kemetic. The Kemetic adopted the Nubian. And according to the Emerald Tablets, the Nubian adopted the Atlanteans. And we can't go any further than that. We can keep going. So we can technically say we have the Atlantean doctrine. Do you think all humans start out androgynous, or is there a gender of the child determined after the act of sex because the parents, and you just have to determine who you are, who is the sex of women? Do you think all humans start out androgynous? No. Or is the gender of the child determined after the act of sex between the parents, and you just have to determine who is the sex of the child? Biologically, egg meets sperm, sex is already determined, male or female, depending upon what that sperm is. That sperm is XX or that sperm is XY, and then you're going to get a male or female. That's just it. Now, unless you go through in vitro fertilization and you only want female sperms involved, then you can decide. But if you don't do that, you're not deciding anything. It's all chance. It's 1 in 400 million chance of you existing right now. Do you think the balance would be off if countries didn't rule against women being born like in China? I don't think the balance is off. When I've looked at like about 4 or 5 different world statistics, and it was like 1.6 women to 1 man. So it's not really off. It's almost 2 to 1, but it's not quite 2 to 1. And I think it was 1.6. It might have been lower than that. It might have been like 1.3 or something like that. The people aren't happy with one gender will evolve into what aliens look like. No female, no male parts. If you look at the body, it ain't got nothing indicating female or male. I can't post pictures of this story on Facebook. Doesn't allow me. But yeah, a lot of descriptions of aliens seems very androgynous, but we don't. If it's an alien, it doesn't necessarily have to follow the same physical platform that we do. I remember Star Trek Generations did one where all the people were androgynous, right? And Riker fell in love with one of the androgynous ones. And I can't remember too much of the episode beyond that, but they had a whole society where everybody was androgynous. Oh, you said your husband was an Anglican preacher. I don't think that they're aliens at all. I think they're just Earthlings from previous civilizations that survived whatever cataclysms have happened, the most recent cataclysms. Right. You said M. Night was a puppet and that he's under the control of the Rothschilds. I'm trying to read. I'll read these things as fast as I can so that I don't get too far behind, like I'm behind right now. You just stop calling Mexicans aliens. Hormones often determine biological sex during the fetal development. Chromosomes are just the blueprint that lists the materials needed. That's true, but because the Y is there, it's not going to be anything other than a dude. David Bowie was from Mars. Brian, you stupid. Doggy style makes a boy. They had to tell you bless you after you sneeze because your soul might have jumped out or the evil spirits might have jumped out. I think I did a video about sneezing about 2 years ago. I broke down like the different folklores about sneezing. What's your favorite M like M? Oh. What's the I See Dead People? That's not the name of the movie, but we all call it that. But I See Dead People. That's the best M. Night Shyamalan movie he ever made. I See Dead People. Yeah, I did. There's actually multiple ideas from where Bless You came from. One of it was a cursing. Another one was, your soul. You didn't. Your soul. Hopefully, your soul didn't leave your body. Let me get to the bottom of this. Humanity is the aliens they've been searching for. Yep. Why can't I think of the name of the I See Dead People movie? For myself, I say gratitude. Sixth Sense. Thank you. Thank you, Nikki. Actually, me and Angie, because we did the bless. I did the bless you thing like some years ago. More recently on Angelina's page. Really? Did you know? So go join her page. Really? Did you know? She talked about it as well. Of the multiple things that come from. So we be joking every time she sneezes or I sneeze, we be like, "Oh, got your soul. How much you gonna give me to get it back?" See, I have stupidity all up in here. So we're saying what people classify as aliens, just advanced humans or interdimensional beings from a previous civilization that can travel through time. I don't know about traveling through time, but yes, beings that were here like prior. Everything didn't die during the Younger Dryas period, the ice age that lasted from around 1500 BCE to about 1200 BCE, and then everything melted in like a very quick time frame and raised sea levels 400 feet. Some civilization, some aspects of that previous civilization existed, whether Mu, Lemuria, and Atlantis were the primary civilizations, and some of their civilizations were able to survive, but they were much more advanced. Yep, that's what I go with. Those are the so-called aliens that you see coming from out of the waters. And you've had different people at different time frames claim to see it, from Columbus to Cortez to today. But yeah, no, them just whatever was here, and they may not have looked exactly like us. They could have looked different. Sixth Sense. Yep. I'm just as goofy now. Serious mood this morning, trying to get over not making the playoff with my seventh and eighth graders this year. I not only made the playoffs twice in almost 20 years of coaching. I'm trying not to get burned out. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, your ups and downs. It took him seeing blood in the mirror to see himself as dead. I don't know. What was that? Is that in that movie we just saw? Yeah. I think there's a lot of things that they lie to us about in order to. It's kind of like that whole movie itself. Let me let you believe that aliens are coming from other places. I don't want you to know that there were previous civilizations that was more intelligent than us and someone survived. It will be just like the village. The whole planet is the village. Yeah. And I don't think like we're caged into that. And most people are going to follow that. And if they're not those aliens, if we can't make you convince you that they're aliens, then we got to convince you that they were gods or the God or angels and all that bullshit. So the aliens that come out of the seas, there was a whistleblower in the four channels on four channels a while ago that was pretty credible, and no one could keep off what he was saying. But he said that there was a large manufacturer under the ocean, and there's one in the Bermuda Triangle, which allegedly destroyed a lot of planes coming up missing in the Bermuda Triangle. It's something with that Bermuda Triangle. It throws off navigation, whether it's just some kind of magnetic field that throws off your compasses and everything, and you can't figure out where the hell to go, and you end up crashing. But because you're flying in circles, but that wouldn't make sense because if you were flying in the Bermuda Triangle and all of a sudden your instruments go haywire, I would just keep flying straight or turn around and fly and use the sun to navigate or the stars to navigate. But there's something going on in there that we don't know about. Something going on in Antarctica that we don't know about. They don't want to tell us. Yep. I think the Germans did know something about something. That's why they kept going to Antarctica too. Chat GPT said neither the male or the female came first. You can't. Yeah. Like there are still things we have to find out through science, even when it comes to something as basic as what happens when the sperm meet the eggs. But from what we know so far, is what I'm basing it on. They did. I did remember them saying there was a pyramid at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle, but I don't know if that was ever confirmed. So he couldn't prove or disprove what he was saying. Oh, you lived in Germany as a child. Of what we learned here is a lie. Yeah, you got whole different stories. What part of Germany? I lived in Stuttgart for 3.5 years. Right. They said that human determined by the presence of or absence of the Y chromosome. But I've been saying like 30 minutes. I've been saying that for like 30, 40 minutes. The Y chromosome controls the gene SRY, which is responsible for the development of the male sex organs. That's what I've been saying. You lived in Bucks Black? Butt spot, beep spot. Shit, I'm okay. It's near Nuremberg. Thank you. Oh, your daddy was stationed in Nuremberg. Ooh. Nuremberg is cool. Don't get me wrong. We had to go there once a year for about 4 weeks. We would stay in Nuremberg um, for this big inter-military exercises. But the party wasn't like Stuttgart party. But they have some great castles in Nuremberg. Speaking of Antarctica, the movie was kind of crazy. Isn't I think I just saw a trailer for a movie called Antarctica. That came out already, but I don't remember it. So I'm gonna have to check that out again. But when the story is cohesive and sound and can't even be debunked against itself, and David, oh, y'all talking about that. I have to research. Villiage, I love it. Bootsbach. Grafenwehr. Yeah. Oh, Grafenwehr. Yeah, I went all over Germany. Trauma, I'm not talking to you. You stupid. X-Men. No, you saying women was the strongest? Jean Grey. Jean. But Richard, um, what's Professor? Reed Richardson. He's the most Omega mutant out there. He's a dude. Ah. Now I have seen that in this rare occasion where the Y chromosome doesn't produce the SRY gene, and these females are called XX males. I have seen that. That is a rare thing that happened. All right, they have male sex hormones and they're typically raised as boys. South of Heidelberg. Heidelberg, I do like. Got that nice little river that flows through the middle of. Well, I don't know if it's in the middle of the city, but it got a nice river that flows through it. I like Heidelberg. And when I was there, that was the only place that you can go to a Burger King. And every now and then you wanted something like Burger King or McDonald's or KFC. So, you know, Heidelberg for Burger King, Oz, um, Augsburg for some KFC. Stuttgart had a McDonald's. I was there in the 90s, so it wasn't as prolific as it is probably now. Germany is probably the only place that gets cold that I wouldn't mind living again. No, we did cover hermaphrodites. Those exist. But that's not the. They actually, like I said, they believe that Adam was a hermaphrodite. Oh shit! You lived there in '93, but you was a little kid. So here's the thing that I love about stuff like that, Nikki. It's a possibility that you and I were in the same place at the exact same time because I wasn't always on the base. I was all out in town for these exercises and going everywhere. So it's a possibility that I could have walked down the street and walked right past you as a little kid uh, back in them days because I was there in 93. 90, I was in, I got there in 93. Uh, my first Nuremberg exercise was the 94, 95, and 96. I did 94, 94, 90, I did 94, 95, 96, and 97. I did do 97. And then I was out. It was pretty much after the exercise that I left. So it's possible. I like stuff like that. Nah, you all right, Brian. Oh shit, you 41? Oh, yeah. So you'd have been a teenager then. I think, yeah. Somewhere I was a teenager. I'm 52. So that was in those years, let's say when I was like 23 living there, going to that stuff. Then you'd have been 11 years younger than me. So you'd have been like 12. So in your years of like 11, 12, 13, I've been like, look at these kids getting on my nerve, running around looking crazy. Ah, so you was 11 when you got there. So you was 11 in 93. So it's possible I could have ran across you when you was 12, 13, 14, and possibly 15. Cool. I do like, I found out there was a guy, because I used to be in the drill teams for the Elks Lodge. We got to talking one day and realized that he was one of the primary guys, and we knew of a lot of the same people uh, because we was always at these conventions together. And so we were just talking like about the different, and just he's much older than me, and so he's in his 70s now. So the perspectives of those conventions were totally different for two people who was at the same place at the same time. And like the guy who used to walk around and inspect everybody, he had an elk leg, and you thought he had an elk leg coming out of his shirt. It was a fake, but we thought it was real that he replaced his arm with an elk leg. But it was a test to see if he touched you with it while you was going through inspections, if you would move. But I found out from him that that was a test, and we never knew. But we was all doing the same thing. Is there a God? If you decide that there is one, we can't prove there is as much as we can't prove there isn't, other than from what the mind creates. Your mind is a very powerful thing, and it can create whatever you desire for it to create. Um, some people, like myself, would say there might be an intelligent, creative mind at work, infinite, because of just what you can observe in nature. But can I prove it? Nope. Evidence, I can say that that's my evidence, just looking at nature, but it's still, evidence is not proof. Eat my little chocolates from smoking barbecue and smoked chocolates, but there's no definitive proof. My brothers were always always being brought back home by the MPs. Yeah, y'all little teenagers used to run amok in Germany. Y'all had a lot of y'all had all kind of freedoms that you never would have had in America. Yeah, how sex develops is very complex. We still ain't really got that, but we just have a basis of knowing that starting out with an XY chromosome to get a boy. Yes, we are the manifestation within itself. Yep. You was there in the early 80s. Oh no, in the early 80s, I was still like a little kid. Oh, they started 2 years later from getting pneumonia. When you ascend, you become part of the cosmos. It's possible, but I think it depends on the degree. There are infinite number of degrees within the cosmos of existence. So, to me, for me, is what degree, and that degree is going to be based on your consciousness, where your consciousness is. So the higher your consciousness you develop in this manifestation, you can go to higher degrees. Some like I leave this manifestation. Let's say this manifestation is like fifth, right? I may go to 20. Somebody else may go to 12. Somebody else may go to 6. Somebody else may go to 40. Yep, he dropped some jewels. Was it easy to become a Freemason back then as it is now? Hell no, it was much harder to become a Freemason back in the day than it is now. Right now, you can become a Freemason and be a Master Mason in within 6 months. Back then, it might take you 2 to 3 years to become a Master Mason. You used to joke about the mother of Jesus. They could have been a hermaphrodite, as a true hermaphrodite, that is able to produce eggs and sperm along with having a healthy womb. Actually, could have been immaculate conception. Would be astronomically rare. In astronomical, because most hermaphrodites don't produce, cannot impregnate themselves. Most can't. But to have there is the possibility of one. I forgot what African culture it was, but there was a beetle that would sometimes get inside of a woman and make her look pregnant. And they used to think that that was some type of immaculate conception. But she would never have a baby because she was just had some beetle that created some kind of virus thing in her, some bacteria infection. So we're a prison planet. I've heard that theory. The way people act, that might be true. Genesis 1:27 had a lot of truth in the creation process of male and female. So God created them right in his own image and told them good. Well, I think they're retelling the Sumerian version of creation in that one, when they created male and female clones from a hominid and utilizing the Anunnaki DNA. Now, I do not think that we are under a firmament. They thought that the blue sky was a firmament. I don't think we're in a glass. We're not I don't think we're in a big ass snow globe. Yeah, I never died before. Yeah. Nobody's gonna, let me tell you, you know when you're gonna know what happens? When you die. When you leave this body, that's when you're gonna know. And you ain't coming back. If you do come back, somehow your memory is pretty much wiped. All your knowledge gone, you start over. So that's just my thought. And if my brain is as powerful as I think it is, as I know it is, then that's what it's gonna be. I will manifest myself in the 20 levels higher. Yeah, I can't get down with flattery. What made that dramatic change in Freemasonry? Dwindling numbers. After the 1950s version of the anti-Masonic Party did such a great job, pretty much at the same level of the Knights Templars, how the Knights Templars were done by France, the King of France. They did such a great job that they made it seem like something that was problematic to be a Mason. Like all the little lies and things that they were saying, people believed them. So the numbers dwindled. In the 60s, they started decreasing. 70s, they decreased. 80s, they decreased dramatically. The 90s, they were still decreasing. So they made it easier. Right. I think if you think you're going to go to hell, that's where you're going to go. If you think that you are, and I think many people who out the front of their mouth say that they're going to heaven because they believe in some deity. In the back recesses, they believe they're going to hell, and that's where they're going to go. I think that subconscious takes over, like you do, like when you're dreaming, your subconscious takes over and is more dominant. So that's why I try to train my subconscious. That's why I learned to control my dreams. I could have used a little bit more control last night because that dream was weird. But I try to control that thing because I'm going where I want to go. So they wipe the memory. What is it? They got their memory wiping thing towers on the moon. Well, I think part of the prison planet theory is also that these aliens, they consume the energy of our negative thoughts and they consume our fear energy. And so they keep us, and every time our conscience try to escape, they got some kind of thing that puts our consciousness back into another body so they can continue to consume our fear. Is that, if I can remember that theory correctly. That little gnat. Look, I'm trying to look him gnat. Your best bet is to leave. I know I just opened the window and you probably came through that somehow through the screen. Nah, all dreams aren't memory. I do think that some dreams are memories, but that dream last night that I had, that's not a memory. That's not a memory at all. Not even slightly a memory. Shit was crazy. Some parts of, you know what? Some parts of it were memory. Well, yeah. However we came about on this planet is how we came about on this planet. I don't spend too much time concerned about how we came about. We here. We may not ever know. Even if whoever, let's say the Anunnaki say, look, we've been in Antarctica living inside of a cavern in the earth, and now we back and look here. This is what we did back in the day. People still not gonna believe it. Everyone in your dream is a different part of you. Dreams tell you about you. But that dream would have some shadow work involved in it. God damn. Some of those people in that dream were getting on my nerves. Now, and Nikki is saying it could be a multiverse if you believe in that. Y'all know I love my Marvel. And in the last Doctor Strange movie, The Multiverse of Madness, America was explaining that in every version of your dreams are you seeing another version of yourself in the multiverse. And I think Wong was like, so there's a multiverse where he was doing something. It was something stupid that he was doing. And she was like, yeah. That would be interesting. Because if some of the dreams I've had about myself and my life is totally different, that guy, then some of them, that guy's having a real good time. In others, that guy is a serious level asshole. Like, he's a serious asshole. It is easier to make people fear and hurt than it is to make people laugh and love. It takes way more energy to make people laugh and love than it does to make people live in fear or hurt people. Sit in church, learn about hell and how folks end up there. And still with a straight face believe little Ray and big X-Locks or baby bitches is going to heaven. Yep. I'm telling you, it's so mean, so wrong, but I laugh my ass off every time I see somebody, they have a little hellish ass child died, a teenager, adult, whatever, grown man died. And then they got angel wings all over. They're talking about he in heaven now. I'm like, Y'all serious? Y'all believe that shit? Y'all know that motherfucker didn't believe in what y'all was talking about. His actions dictate that he didn't believe it. All right. And then the fact that you believe that they're in heaven right now goes against your book itself. Because your book says that they're waiting. Say you're an asshole in every dimension. Nah. Now, there are too many dimensions that I would be too nice of a guy. Letting people just get over on me. Being too damn nice. I don't like that dude. That dude need to have his ass whooped. Peaceful Warrior is good. I had a dream last night that I was abandoned with a group of people in the middle of basically a war zone, and we were all going to die horrible deaths until we realized we had psychokinesis and telekinesis. I don't think that was another reality, but probably my subconscious. I don't know. Trismegistus. I think that we can read minds and levitate shit in some form or fashion. If the power is there, might need to work on that. I work on it every day, trying to make shit move. My baby didn't deserve this. Yes, he did. Exactly. I think we can lift some shit. Say self-preservation. Like, if it is us touching, seeing what happened, who we are in other planes of existence, because then there's another me that's doing podcasts all the time too. Because last night dream that Joker, nope, he had a job and he was in the military. I was in the military again, but it was a different kind of military. It was a very different kind of military. And goddamn, I'm having deja vu right now. It's a different kind of military, but I was going to do podcasts all the time, and nobody, it was accepted by everybody, even though people didn't like it. Right. But then I got swindled and robbed. But they stole my wallet and my gun. So, and I just wanted to make sure the police knew that my gun was stolen and that I canceled all my cards. There was some other stuff happened, but we ain't gonna go into all that. Dr. Strange movie made sense that he was destined to be. But destined, yes, or the ancient one was looking into the future. So I guess that still goes with that. He was destined to be that. I think people are smart enough if you take the reins off. That if the Anunnaki came and said, "Hey, the Sumerian shit was real, but let me clarify some of it," but this is what happened. This is how this version of humanity got here. I can accept it. I can accept it that they took a hominid, put some of their DNA in it, and over 16 trials figured out what we are right now. I can accept that. I'm fine with it. It ain't gonna cause me to be like, oh, I'm not. Do I have a soul? I'm not gonna have problems. I'm like, all right, cool. So that means that you can put some more of your DNA for that living for hundreds of thousands of years inside me right now. What other? You got the med beds? What else y'all got? I've never seen Rick and Morty, so I don't know much about it. I know it deals with a lot of multiverse stuff. Y'all crazy. Oh, stinky movie. You want some of my height? I'm 5'11", but bonus. You need to eat, girl. Prometheus rising, whatever the thinker thinks, and the prover will prove. I did see the movie Prometheus. I thought that was interesting. They are pretty much the Anunnaki, but they jacked up just as much as the Anunnaki. Yeah, work out and on your shadow self. Self love, confidence, probably the most attractive thing for them. I don't know. So there's a movie called Prometheus Rising. Okay, it's a different movie. Nikki says she thinks she got a tapeworm. Yeah, Nikki, Trauma was joking about you need Jesus. If they put their own DNA in us, oh well. I just want to know because we all have the ability to be better than before if we can choose to. Yeah, I just want to know, and then I want to know. I want the science, man. I want all the science. Don't stop holding out. Stop holding out. I want to understand, that to live as long as I want to live. Because there's some things I need to see. I want my flying car and all that. So yeah, and there's some more studying that I don't think I have enough time to do all the studying that I want to do. And then I can leave here and go and see some other dimensional plane. And just to know the truth of what happened. Like, just the truth of it all. Just to know it. And instead of theories. There's always going to be some theories that we're never going to just know because even there's going to be things that they wouldn't know. Oh, I want to get there. And then I want to travel into space, not getting into a flat earth firmament and all that bullshit. I want to travel into space. At least out there a little bit. Did you read the Earth Chronicles of Zacharias? I read them a while back. I got a new version. I got them again recently, but I have not taken the time to. I started reading. Which one I started reading first? I just started reading Genesis Revisited, but I'm gonna go through all of them. I'm gonna read the Genesis Revisited, and then I'll read the Earth Chronicles. The 12th Planet, Stairway to Heaven, Wars of the Gods and Men, The Lost Realms, When Time Begins, The Cosmos Code, and The End of Days. And then I also got the book to read after that, which is The Lost Book of Inky. So, yep. Give me a few months to read all of those. This would be like the second time I read them. I read them a while back when he first came out. I don't even use my own altars anymore except to pay homage. I speak things into existence. Yeah, I used to have altars in the house, but I don't have them anymore. I used to have an ancestry altar. Right, Prometheus was it was a prelude to the aliens. But it's interesting because they effectively use themselves. It's kind of the Dumuzi. Is it Dumuzi? No, Dumuzi died on the waterfall. I forgot the Anunnaki that they had to kill this one Anunnaki and use his DNA in order to create man. I don't think people debunk Zachariah Ascension. They didn't like what Zachariah Ascension was saying. So I think that it was a concerted effort to say that he manufactured his translations from the cuneiform. I think Zechariah told too much truth. Now, the Kabbalion, that's my book. If there's any book that I go to, that's the Kabbalion. That's my book. If there was a book that I would call my Bible, it'd be the Kabbalion. Have you astral traveled or projected? Yes. Yes, I have. I almost got lost one time, but yes. I have three, one of the deities, one of the ancestors, and one for dark magic. Yep, I used to, and see the way I view magic and rituals is as a conditioner of my mind. I don't see it as me really affecting other people, but just a conditioning of my mind. Like I've had people who said that they put a magic spell on me, and I was like, "That's only going." And I tell them, "It ain't gonna work if I don't believe it. If my mind is stronger, if my will is stronger than your will, whatever you're doing is not gonna matter." And I've had people try to convince me that, "Oh man, somebody doing magic on you, and you need to do this magic." I'm like, "No, I just need to increase my willpower, so that nothing that they sending out can be the causation of my life." I tried sun gazing. Um, and there was this guy, he was teaching his teachings of sun gazing, and there was a process to make the sun blink. Um, it was interesting. I was able. I wish I still had that recording, but I was able to make the sun blink one time. I haven't been able to repeat it. Yep, when you master mentalism, you can get some shit done. But yes, astral project. Mhm. She's a Siberian sorcerer. All right now. No, we're not gonna. I don't think we'll ever actually know. Except the universe and the cosmos, that it didn't just randomly come about. Yeah, I don't think the universe just randomly come about. I think it all exists in the mind of in some intelligent infinite mind that is beyond our understanding or ability to define. I did hypnosis one time, man, at a carnival. I was faking my ass off because I wanted them to have a good show, you know. And the dude knew I was faking. He actually came in and whispered to me, "Thank you." But you know, I wanted them to have a good show. It was at one of those medieval festivals. I wanted them to have a good show, so I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna play along." DNA of the Gods. Who wrote that? They claim that Zach Ascension. That's why they said it was tainted. Put a Masonic twist on the information. See, that's what I'm saying by the whole Masonic thing. The anti-Masonic party convinced everybody that Masons are doing all this evil shit around the world, and people just go for it. And all you got to do is say this. If I write, well, I've written one book. So the book that I wrote ain't got no Masonic twists, nothing Masonic about it as far as me being a Mason, because when I wrote it, I wasn't one. Uh, but that book is, if I rewrote that book today, even though I would add a lot more to it, I would add more to it, not a lot more, but I would add more to it, be more defined, because I write very straightforward. I don't write with a whole bunch of expressions and repeating shit over and over again. to make the book longer. But somebody would say that, oh, he's a Mason. He wrote this book. I wrote in 2000, but I wasn't even a Mason at the time. And you might want a Masonic twist to it because there are things we talk about in Masonry that lines up perfectly with Hermeticism. Your dad was a Freemason. Your mom was an Eastern Star. Cool. Yeah, and a lot of them are, especially a lot of military people are, and that's always funny to me. Okay, like probably half, if not more than half, of the military are Masons, right? Uh, It'd be cool. They say, "Well, nah, you know what? Since y'all had all this negative shit to say about Masons, we not gonna fight for you." They be pissed off then. The seven Bomar explained the androgynous origins. Okay. Mm-hmm. The church did a real, and that's the thing. The church used to be for Freemasons, and then they became against Freemasons. Oh yeah, I've listened to a lot of Manus P. Hall's lectures. Mm-hmm. But Hermeticism, that is Hermeticism. I'm telling you, Hermeticism and alchemy. If you truly want to understand the universe and then start getting deeper understandings of self, Hermeticism and alchemy is the way that I would suggest. But the church has so much power over people. Trauma. That's the problem. If the church switched up today and started saying that being a Mason is a great, wonderful thing, pushed by God, because if you actually read the Duncans, if you get a Duncans, it's all Solomon and David and Jesus. But it's not so much Jesus, but it's all Solomon, David, Hiram Abiff, the building of Solomon's temple, it's all that is John, and it's some New Testament shit in there, especially when you get into the lectures. And this is a book that anybody can go and get. No. Now, just because you read it, don't mean you understand everything they talk about. We are all natural alchemists when we put intention behind whatever you're doing is what sparks the magic. Yeah. Except the only problem is that they've trained you not to utilize it that way. To take all your alchemical powers and give it over to Jesus and Allah and Muhammad and Krishna and all these other outside things instead of those things being your inside. Well, the people they first had to pay was the Knights Templars. Then the Knights Templars all got murdered and disbanded and became part of Masonry. And then once Masonry pretty much became what the Illuminati was supposed to be, which is infiltrating all forms of government and church and trying to tell people truths, then it's like, oh, we don't like y'all. Yeah. The Bible is a book of mysticism. Use the Bible papers to roll your joints tight. You're crazy. Now, I don't know as much about witchcraft because I only indulged in it at the very beginning portions of it. Now, I'll do a sigil and draw some circles in a heartbeat. But it's only to the need of areas of my will that wasn't strong enough for what I wanted to accomplish. Is the only usage that I did. It's just to invoke my own will, you know, and that will to get shit done in the way that I wanted it done. Whether it worked out or not, I would not know, because it's like business. I can do a marketing campaign. Oh, this actually happened. So I did a marketing campaign. Me and this other guy, we both did the same freaking marketing campaign, the exact same one. He was on one side of Alpharetta, I was on the other side of Alpharetta. For him, it worked out like gangbusters. For me, it was all right. Same marketing. And when I say same marketing, the only difference in the marketing was he had his company name and picture of him. I had my company name, picture of me. And then we both sent it out. But of course, the different neighborhoods make a difference. The different people you're contacting. And then I tried it without a picture, because I was like, okay, maybe my skin tone just ain't working for these people. So I tried it without the picture. Still got the same results. So there's only so far it clicks. It doesn't. Well, what I'm saying is, it doesn't. The will can be strong. The marketing magic can be the same as somebody else, but you can get different results because you're touching different people. The Bible paper burnt. Nikki crazy, y'all. She funny. Oh no, yeah. There are still areas where a person can be starving for something, but they see the skin tone of the person providing what they're starving for, and they will still starve. Mm-hmm. I actually had a client who told me that I couldn't take any before or after pictures because her family couldn't know that she was training with a person of my skin tone. Yep. Sure did. But I was most convenient for her, and I had successfully trained a bunch of her neighbors. So she was not. She wanted it. She had to do it in secrecy. Now, on the reverse, though, because of there were people who purposely trained with me because of my skin tone. Because some of them, okay, I know some of those women, they were Caucasian, and I know some of those women, it was the whole Mandingo thing. We're gonna get trained by this black man, you know. Some of them, you could tell by their speech pattern and what they would talk about all the time. Like, they would feel so proud that they was helping a young black man build a successful business, and they were giving back. You know, it was all of that. There was some of that going on too. So, you think I ain't take advantage of it? I sure as hell did. Because there were some people training me, like, they knew of another trainer. They worked with another trainer before me who was much better than me. But they still was like, no, I got to work with him. Yeah, you are your skin. Your skin is just skin. Your husband is Scandinavian, so you get a lot, and you Puerto Rican, black Puerto Rican. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Now I know why. Now I know why Nikki is the way she is. Now I got it. Little John, light caramel sour, little John's too. Hey, Mike, I'm just saying. Um, some of them southern Caucasian women, they had that infatuation with the big black man. I still think we need to thoroughly research archaeological adventures, Zachariah to determine whether they are getting their information from and their sources. I mean, translating the cuneiform is simply translating the cuneiform. It's funny to me how they all agree with the translation of the cuneiform, but they want to say that he's embellishing the story. I'm like, nah, it's the same damn shit y'all reading. So your dad from Backstreet Doing Jane told you the Jim Crow stories? Yeah, my family have told me some of those. I don't see how they did it. What is the Enuma Elish about? It is the Sumerian Genesis story, except it is more detailed in it. Like it tells you that Enki, Enlil, and Harsag and Anu went to the Apsu to create man and said, let us create man in our own image. And then they went through the 16 process until they got Adapa and Titi. And then they put them in the Garden of Eden, which the garden, the word that's used for garden means enclosure. And they governed all the animals and the production of everything that was going on, with man being the slave race to mine the gold for the Sumerians. But it goes into a whole bunch of stuff. That's all in the first books of Genesis, or first chapters of Genesis. Yep, Illuminati, Nikki. The only more evident they could have been if they were wearing upside down aces of spades. Some of them, that's all they needed was the upside down ace of spades, and I would have definitely been 100% convinced of their intentions. Yeah. But they all agree to the Anunnaki. That's the funny part about it. Some of them want to call it a hoax because I think they're backed by people who want to keep people connected to the current day religions and not let them see how the Abrahamic religions copy from the Sumerian, from the Enuma Elish. Which if you see that they copied the Enuma Elish, it kind of like it messes up their story. Black men don't like me because I'm shaped like a popsicle stick. Don't say that. You can't put that. I am not one of those black men who I like them all sizes. Well, not all sizes, but I can go down to like a 2 up to a 14. And there's plenty of us like that. Plenty of us like that. As long as it's proportionate. So don't put all black men in that category. Funny, I'm shaped like a black man. What the hell? That only works for women, man. I don't think that works for dudes. And hell, well, those were, I mean, I don't know if you can really put things like that, because there was when we went to this costume party on Saturday, I think. Yeah, it was Saturday. There were women there of all different skin tones, and from the popsicle to the goddamn, that's too much. I need you to cover that up. And they were the fake ones. Oh, this one girl had a BBL, man. It was like, oh my gosh. That look, it wasn't like, you could at least try to make it look somewhat real. They got them buffalo. Yes, we saw some of that. We saw some of that. Oh man, this one lady, she was pretty much half. She wasn't half naked. She was like 3/4 naked. Even the sheer parts you could see. And it was like, come on, girl. You saw yourself when you walked out the house. What the hell? But everybody got their thing. Everybody like what they like individually. Dudes they say stuff to me because, you know, if the butt too big, I'm like, nah, that's too much. Your titty too big, that's too much. But if it's proportionate though, it's different. It's like it's a weird thing with me. Like if it's a big old butt and big old titties and it's shapely, it's like, all right, that's cool. But it gotta be proportionate. It gotta have some synchronicity to it. You know, you got little titties, have a little butt. Same. They're just why y'all. This is the second time y'all got me caught up into that thought process. But everybody gonna like what they like, and if you like it, good. And then it ain't got to be perfect. Stretch marks looking like some road maps. So we was in the lounge one time, and this dude was like, "I don't like stretch marks." I was like, "Man, stretch marks just show you the pathway to the glory. What you talking about? Ain't nothing wrong with them stretch marks. That's just showing you the roadmap how to get to the glory. That's all. That's all. Just gotta look at it the right way. That's all them stretch marks are. Just follow the path, bro. Follow the path. You'll be all right." No, you can't be. You can't be unhealthy. Be what? If you're too big, you're unhealthy. Yes. Now you could be too small and be unhealthy too. I had trained this. This is one lady. I was training her. That's just two of them. Training them, and they was like, they only weighed about 98 pounds. The other one probably weighed about 110 pounds, but both of them body fat percentage was over 30. And that's not healthy. Some of them roads be dead end. Y'all got problems. That's all I got. Y'all have some problems. The way some of those folks dress now, I'm gonna stick to a hoodie with some sweatpants or jeans, unless I'm stepping out with my wife. Then I'll do my hair. Oh hell no! I ain't walking out this house unless I'm looking decent for me. Wasn't there a period of time in America where blacks were denied enrollment in Freemason and they could only join Prince Hall Freemason? Yep, yep. All through the beginnings of America. And then you had Prince Hall went to England to get a charter. He got a charter. Originally, the charter only allowed for the first 2 degrees, but they decided, fuck you, we're going to do all the degrees. And actually, 2 years ago, a treaty was signed by the Blue Lodge with the Prince Hall Lodge to say that they're going to recognize each other. But yeah, but other ancient free and accepted and accepted have been accepting black people anyway. But yeah, for a time, it was, if you were black, you was part of Prince Hall. That was the only one you could join. So even in this whole thing about brotherhood, the culture of the day still ruled over it, just like with religion. So there was some. That's why you'll find some of these older Freemasons who are racist. You'll find some of the ones back in the day, Civil War time frame, early 1900s, 1700s, 1600s. They were racist as shit. Even though it was supposed to be about brotherhood. I like paramilitary gear over pumps. Okay. I mean, your boots and your paramilitary. Nope, give me some pumps, as you call them. Oh, you ride motorcycle? What you ride? What you ride? What you riding? Yeah, see, Albert Pike was a racist. He had some good Freemason information, but he was also a racist. So it's like he's a product of the environment. My pops dress for the nines everywhere you go. That's right. Old school player. Them pointer shoes you just got to get used to them, man. You got to get the right size, right fit on them. Harley Softail and a Super Glide. Nope. Now I do want to get a big boy. I mean a fat boy, for just riding around the city. Um, but I ride a Gold Wing because I like long distance rides, and I'd be damned if I ride a Harley long distance like that. The CBO would be a nice long distance ride, but the engine noise of a Harley on a long distance ride is irritating as hell. But yeah, Albert Pike was racist. Product of environment. Even though masonry talks about brotherhood, it's still a product of an environment. Oh, you all kind of riding. You sold a victory. Oh, yeah, Morals and Dogma is good. Oh, there were many Freemasons who were part of the KKK, especially in the South. Mm-mm. Where you at, Nikki? Where you living now? Where y'all at? Matter of fact, where everybody at? Y'all know sometimes I be forgetting where some of y'all at. Except for, I don't need to know who is my guy? Brian B is in South Africa. I forgot my guy who's in my island people. I don't need to know y'all that. Y'all make me sick. Because I'm not in the island. All right. South Florida. Oh, cool. Orlando. Mike. Yeah. If I ever did move to Florida again, because I used to live in Tampa, I could do Orlando and I could do Miami. Well, I probably would be in Miami. I probably would be more up in like Hollywood, Fort Lauderdale area. Cops are KKK. A lot of them were KKK as well. Judges, Flint, Michigan. Woo, you all right? That water y'all had up there? History does it somewhat does repeat itself every 80 years. Oh, I like Port St. Lucie. That was nice. Went down there for a weekend. We're about in Virginia. I like Hampton Roads. Orange County. All right. Maryland from the Carolinas. It is not obvious where you from. I know you told me once before. Y'all know I'm bad with this stuff, so don't get mad at me when I ask y'all again. Right. I know Brian W is in Washington, out in Tacoma. So when I go see my son when I go to Seattle next year, I probably can wind up. Some of y'all will wind up being in y'all areas over the next year, and then definitely after that year, be all over the place. Jordan Maxwell is good. Elkhart, Indiana. Okay. Richmond. Ugh. I might have to meet you in DC. Man, I was in Richmond. I was like, this ain't nothing but some goddamn warehouses and the whole city full of warehouses. And it was dark and dank. Not like Richmond at all. And the pattern is evidence to planning versus coincidence. Yeah. Oh, you're in Oklahoma? Oklahoma, where? I did dig Oklahoma City when 2 years ago, well, almost 3 years ago now, me and my brother, when we rode across country, we stopped in Oklahoma City. It was pretty cool. Okay, good. Got that good filter water. They was, I know some people in, I can tell they off. They different now than when they were before. Yeah, I couldn't live there. Ooh, Enid? Were you in the military? One of my one person that I actually call my friend, she lived in Enid. Her and her husband lived in Enid for a long time. Yep, I was stationed in Camp Lejeune, but I got there. They had fixed the water by the time I got to Camp Lejeune. I don't want to have them problems because them jokers catching all kinds of cancers and stuff and dying. Aya Bobo? What the hell is? Where is that? Aya Bobo. I ain't never heard of that. Field drops and tablets. Yeah, I couldn't do Virginia. I can do Hampton Roads, even though, and I love that bridge that goes under the water. It's kind of scary, kind of creepy, especially when I saw some water leaking in it last time I went through it. You in? Oh, you're in Saint Martin. Just all nice weather and stuff. Why, Johnny? Why? Your friend owns the first weed dispensary. Well, my friend and her husband broke up. He's still back there in Enid. I'm pretty sure he's probably has been to your friend's weed dispensary. I'm sure he has. Hampton Roads. Well, I'm telling you, we used to drive from Camp Lejeune to go to Hampton Roads, do some partying. Oh, means Hotep in the Hayatans spirituality. Oh, okay. I know I'm gonna start learning Swahili. I'm putting that on my app today. Start learning Swahili. I really would rather be on well, like my house in Florida was on well water, so I can control my water. You putting shit in my water. Yes, we know you're in Cape Town, Brian. Wait a minute. Oh, that's my Brian Deli. That's a Washington Brian. Brian B is in Cape Town or Johannesburg, one of them. Oh, Haitian. Right. You're saying hello to, yeah, that's Brian B down there. Brian B is in Cape Town. There was another guy who was on here last week. He was in Johannesburg, I think. How it went. If you said something after I said to me, after I told you my town, I'm sorry I was away from. Oh, no problem. Oh, I was just talking about Enid, Oklahoma. That um, one of my friends, her and her husband was living up there for a good 10, 12 years. Then somebody else said that they friend opened the first dispensary there. And I was just saying that I'm pretty sure he's been there quite often. The Tree of Knowledge, How to Do tool. Yeah, the when you read the Enuma Elish, the Tree of Knowledge is not there's so much just of good and bad. It was how to make tools, and it was science. A tree of basically you can call it a tree of science. And then tools can be used for good or bad. A hammer can build a house, or it can bash somebody's head in. You know? I love being here. My mornings are filled with conversation I would not normally have in my mirror. Now I can confirm I'm not crazy by myself. No, we all crazy together, man. We all crazy together. H2O causes cancer. It's chlorine in it, like you're drinking pool water. Oh, so what you drinking? H3TO? What is that? Heavy water? What's H3TO? 2O. H3O2. I think the Credo Matwa mentions this. I'm not sure. You find out what's the common element in all religions. It's either a tree or a snake or the stars. Yeah, most religions are going to have something dealing with a tree. That tree usually deal with life and creation. A snake. Snakes dependent. Most of the time it has something to do with wisdom, rebirth, and then Christianity made it evil. Right? And the stars are always prophecies, the gods, that sort of thing. Structured water. Okay. Water from food. Only found in fruits and vegetables. And hell, I guess a lot of that. They just put more chlorine in your water in your city. So don't, when you go to St. Lucia, Florida, Port St. Lucia, get you some bottled water at least. At least it's better than that crap. It ain't the greatest, but still better. Yeah, snakes are demonized, but also venerated, and even in the Bible, they're bitten by snakes, but then they have to look and see a golden snake in order to be healed and not bitten again. But raise that Kundalini energy, the two serpents going up the spine. A bunch of cases of water in your garage. Yeah, I don't. The only water that is consumed, and I used to do this, and I probably should go back to it. The only water that I actually use that's consumed is in my coffee. But I used to pour bottled water into the coffee to make coffee. And you know what? I got to go back to that because it would have a cleaner taste to it. I mean, Vatican means serpent and or snake. I never really researched what the word Vatican means. I find it interesting. They got a big ass obelisk in the middle of the St. Peter's Square. Yeah, I know. Bottled water ain't nothing but purified tap. I can't take that spring water, man. Spring water got that thick feel to it. I know, Yoshi. I know that. Don't. Oh, I can't. Unless I get back on some well water, I can't get my perfect water situation again. Oh, the Vatican knows the truth about a whole bunch of stuff. One of the things I would conquer the Vatican and then open up all the information. I can't remember what Pope had a brothel in the Vatican, but that is true. There was a Pope that had a brothel in the Vatican. My coffee is my water, except from June to September. I need a bit more hydration. I mix it in. Eat a cucumber. I like cucumbers. Angelina always putting it in everywhere. It was in the wraps yesterday. And I'd rather eat watermelon all day for my water consumption than drink water. Boil water and run that through your coffee filter. Oh, that's why you said chlorophyll drops. You put that, it purifies the water. Okay. Now, I used to also put my bottled water in the sun and let the sun go through the bottled water for a few days. Yeah, I'm not drinking. Now, I will tell you, when I was in Helen, Georgia, I drink they water out they tap. It's coming from the river and from springs. So I drink the shit out of that water. I don't know if they fucking around with it, but that water tastes way better than anything near Atlanta. The Borgia Pope is the one that had a brothel. I don't blame him because that joker was crazy as hell. You hate watermelon. What is wrong with you? I was down for you, Nikki. Now you not messed it up. Love some watermelon. The original ice cream truck was about watermelon? Really? I heard there was 6 miles on the Vatican and stuff, and like, yes, indeed. I don't know if it's exactly 6 miles, but I know it's long as hell. And if you try to walk down there and you only got permission to go this far, they will pull their gun on you. Yes, I know the heat part wasn't a benefit. I know that part. Pope John the 12th, had the brothel. There you go. That's my use that Dr. Google. And do I ever listen to Michael? I don't know who that Micah. I don't know who they are. I don't know who that is. Rather, no, that's not the Chattahoochee that goes through Helen. Maybe a tributary. Yeah, Yoshi, you're absolutely right. Especially down here in the South, uh, it was made to seem to be derogatory towards black people. They shit, white Caucasians eat the hell out of watermelon in the South ever since it was grown here. Yep, I love it. I do like Dr. Sadie. Yeah, the whole fried chicken watermelon thing was flipped into a racist thing. But then Colonel Sanders was a white man, right? Are you in Kentucky? I like driving through Kentucky. When I was a kid, we drive through Kentucky to get to Ohio. Beautiful landscapes. Yeah, chicken and watermelon is a food group in the South. But I know black people who won't eat watermelon simply because of the racial stereotypes that they put on it. I'm like, I'll be damned. That's another control thing. I'm not going to let you control what I eat because you want to make it racial. I will go out here and sit on my porch with some chicken and watermelon all day if I wanted to. I should do it just to be an ass about it. And it's this place in Atlanta. I mean, it's in a bunch of places, but Compollo, Pollo Comprero. It's a Guatemalan little chicken restaurant. Shit. I don't normally eat fried chicken, but if I do, I'm going to get me some Pollo Comprero. That is good. If y'all got a Pollo Comprero around y'all, I'm telling you, go hit it up one time. Go hit it one time. I guarantee you'll come back on him and be like, hey, Coach Rand, I'm a vegetarian, but I got to eat that meat. That stuff good. Right, pollo is chicken, but it's Pollo Comprero. That's me and Angie lucked up on one because we were just hungry. We saw a little restaurant. I was like, oh, fuck it. We can't find nothing we want that we knew. So we just rolled up in there and grabbed it, man, ever since then, gotta hit it. Even if it was pink with polka dot, I would always eat chicken and watermelon. So you rather eat poison instead of something good for you? Sometimes you need a little poison, just mild poison every now and then. A little mild poison every now and then. Oh Lord, Puerto Rican food is better. We cook better. If people go with they push. Nah, I just playing. Puerto Rican food is good. It is good. I will grant you that. I don't know if your Puerto Rican cooking is good, but Puerto Rican cooking is good. So that's the Mexican food. Yeah, you and Angelina have a good time with that one. Yep, I got a couple of ices. There you go, Yoshi. Drink a little whiskey. We good. Go get me some bourbon with my chicken. Even though I don't eat a lot of meat, period. She says she thinks she got a tapeworm. She can cook, so this is what's gonna happen. At some point, me and Angie gonna be in South Florida. And we're gonna be like, all right, coming for some cooking. And we gonna tell y'all if it's good or not. What are your thoughts about some of the conspiracy theories who think that the majority or nearly all celebrities are transgender? Is exactly that a conspiracy theory? It's a conspiracy theory. There's always a conspiracy theory about celebrities. One of the best vices in the world, Brian. You don't inhale it, so you're not going to get cancer. It's all natural. So it's a smokable salad. But that's what I'm saying. You do what makes you happy. To hell with the world. But now I'm not gonna smoke cigarettes because all them toxins and shit they put in it. I mean, I think that some people in Hollywood may be, but they try to put it on everybody. Shaq and LeBron was a woman. They ain't no way. No, they would. They ain't no way. Physically, they wouldn't be dominant as they are. Now, I'm giving you something. You saying transgender. If you say that they were like um, homosexual or something, a lot of these guys have to hide that because of the way people are. Um, you tell a high sports figure that if it's a male, he can't come out that he's gay. Otherwise, his whole career is done. And not just from the public, from the players as well. I quit pork except for some bacon. Yeah, I'm with you right there. I'm not eating pork, but if it's bacon, I'm gonna eat it. Especially that what's the bacon with the syrup on it? What it was called? I forgot what it's called. Starts with an A, I think. I can live in Miami for a while. I smoke and curse. That's that Puerto Rican and you cussing folks out. Yeah, they think everybody is. Yeah, women are going to have to change their standing and have to stand up against the transgenders because they are going to, in sports, because they're going to mess up their sports. Yeah. Angeline has been greatly reducing my meat income in my meat intake because that's not what I want to eat. But she cooks so damn good. Mm-mm. I'm not eating PE other than bacon. Some weed and a hot pot of coffee, fresh cup, and a shot of tequila and some titties in my face while football game is on. Some good music. I understand, Brian. I understand. You know, I had this one fool, Brian. Brian W. You can appreciate this. I had this one fool. Love football. His wife would make him food. He'd have his drink, and he'd be watching the game. And she would want to come and get him some head while he's watching football. And he used to tell her to move. I used to be looking at him like, you're stupid. And the fact that you're telling us this, you're real stupid. He just want to punch him in his face. I was like, watching the game, got a drink, got some food, give me a cigar, and then getting some head at the same time. I'm serious. Just to think, I can see his face right now, and I just want to go punch it. Just want to punch his face. He lives in Virginia, by the way. Maybe I would send my man up in Richmond down there because he's down in Hampton Road. I think he's in Chesapeake. Just go and punch him in his face. Just punch him. This is stupid. Exactly. Exactly. He's just gonna whoop his ass for that. No, and it wasn't a lie because his wife was like, "Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with him." His wife admitted that he does that. That she would try to do that, and he would do it. And then during halftime, she tried to get him some, and he would be like, "No." Like, this boy is dumb. Dumb. Nope, he would. And he's straight. But yeah, that never made sense to me. Like tonight's Monday, it's the Hawks game on tonight. Look. There's a Hawks game on tonight. And I really like my Atlanta Hawks. You know, a cigar and some food and drink. While there's a Hawks game on. I'm just saying. Now, I mean, he was straight, and he was a cheater as well. And it's not like his wife was, grotesque or anything like that. But I don't know, something about that dude. Literally, I can tell you that was when he and our relationship really started breaking apart at that point. I can literally, to think about it now, I started, and it's not just that, it's just that made me think about, is he smart enough and mature enough to be my friend? And I started looking at things he was saying and things he was doing in other areas of his life and realized he too stupid. He too dumb to be my friend. And yeah, his life has not turned out any sort of the way that, because I still, I was friends with him and his wife, and I'm still cool with his wife. Well, they're not married anymore, but I'm still cool with her, and we talk every now and then. And this Joker, his life is terrible. Like Dwight Howard got sexual accusations right now. Dwight Howard was doing weird stuff on the bench players with other teammates' genitals. So we already knew Dwight Howard was gay, but he couldn't say it. Only because of the allegation does he admit it, but he couldn't say it. If he would have said it in the prime of his career and all that kind of stuff, they would have ostracized him back then. He wants to come back into the NBA, but these allegations are probably going to keep teams away from him, at least until the All-Star break. He might be, because when it comes down to winning, then they'll do like shit. But I think a team like Boston, after the All-Star break, might be in the mindset of, okay, we need that backup center who can guard the rim against the Giannis's and Joker and Embiid's. But right now, I don't think anybody will grab him, which would be a great time for somebody else who's not one of those teams to grab him. I like to read Silly Bible verse and just recently found out why God created rainbow. Yeah, as a reminder to himself to not destroy everybody again in the covenant that he had with Noah. Yeah, it's like, oh, so you're an infinite God with all intelligence, but you need a reminder. Stupid. You ain't got Coach Tua is 6-0 against Belichick. Okay. Some people diving too deep into the rabbit hole, especially with the transition theory of the majority of the celebrities. Yeah, that's too deep. Yeah, the rainbow is a big sticky note. I mean, it's a silly book. It's crazy. No, smart lady because she divorced him. Yeah, she needed to anyway, because he was also somewhat violent, but most of the time he lost because he was like 5. How old is that fool? How tall is he? He was about 5'10", about 5'10", and she like 6'1", 6'2". So he lost most of the time. He tried to like get up on her because she wasn't the skinniest 6'3", 6'2". Yeah, the team owners that are most down to earth, they'll get a good player. When it comes to winning, they will set that shit aside. And I think there's already enough information to show that this guy who is going after Dwight Howard it's looking more and more like a money grab. Right? He got mad because he got pushed to the side. All things ended between the two of them, and now he's out for a money grab. So, and that's all it can be. That's all it more than likely. That's all it is. And that's putting all bias, because like in the video that I did about Dwight, I said that I can be looked upon as having some biases towards him, because I have a family member that's married to his first cousin that they're close, and I have a friend that's close to him, and he's from Atlanta. But I don't use biases when it comes to things like that. If he did something wrong, he needs to take the consequences. But if he didn't, then it's some bullshit. And so far, because we don't know what else may come out, so far, it's hitting on all bullshit. But what's really messed up is the fact that he is still better than the majority of backup centers in the league. And there's no way out of the 32 teams, nobody could use his services. And he's showed in Taiwan that he's developed, more of an outside shot too. Come on. And he a big boy for basketball. Some of these other centers are going to get pushed around. But when you look at the Lopez's, the French guy, I forgot his name, but Minnesota ain't going to be in the playoff anyway. But Lopez, Giannis, Embiid, Joker, some of those bigger guys who will be in the playoffs, Boston could use that because Horford, undersized, but good. And then whatever the big tall guy is, I forgot his name, that I wish Atlanta would have grabbed. 7'1". He's 7'1", but he's little. He's skinny. We was watching the Celtics game, and he was on. Angie was talking because she's a Celtics fan, and she was like, "Damn, he on the floor. He falling on the floor more than anybody else. He's too little." To my Yao Ming, Brian Lee. Yeah, somebody grab. Like a double touch with me. Too many people looking for a meal ticket because they're too lazy to go get it. Yeah, yeah. I think this is just it's a money grab. As big as he is, he touches toes. Look, I don't care what that man do in his private life, as long as everybody is in agreement. I don't give a shit. Uh, but as an NBA fan and as a Hawks fan more specifically, if the Hawks went out and grabbed him up, like let's say they did a trade and that trade involved getting rid of Clint Capella, and so now all we got is a Kongwu, then I'm like, hey, y'all need to go get Dwight because a Kongwu ain't gonna be some of the bigger bigs. Hell, Capella can't handle some of the bigger bigs, so I know a Kongwu can't because he's small, even smaller. We go get that big, go get his ass. I don't care if the other players don't feel comfortable in the dressing room. Then hey, man, this is when you shower and this is when we shower. Whatever, don't care. But I'm talking about getting on that court. He might touch them toes somewhere else, but on that court, yeah, he gonna knock your ass out. All right, I'm about to get off here anyway. Tristan gets this. But yeah, oh shit, it's 3 hours and 41 minutes. Y'all know. You see, y'all not. Oh. I should have known because I'm getting hungry. That's how I know when in about 3 hours I hit, because then I get hungry. Because I eat right before we start. Celebrity destroyed Dwight Howard. A good dude with a great personality. He wanted him to be a superhero when he was already a hero in own lane. He wanted him to be. Yeah. I mean, he's a fun loving guy. So they got mad because he played the game and just had fun and was always smiling and having a good time. But they wanted him to have Kobe's mentality. Yeah, if he had Kobe's mentality, he probably would have been even better than he is and that he was. But every player is not going to be like that. So, and then Shaq really messed up his career because he adopted the Superman thing, and Shaq wanted to be the only Superman. I thought that was very childish of Shaq to do that because he dogged the man out as much as he possibly could. Uh, Come on, I just got here, man. You're gonna have to replay the tape. Yeah, you've been eating this whole time, and you're a pole. Uh, yeah, too many people are caring about what people are doing on their private time, man. What you do in your private time, I don't care. There are people who follow this channel. They everything. They everything. Long as people are consenting, I don't care what you're doing. Long as it ain't to children or animals, do what you do. What was your other question? Man, y'all made me scroll. Do I think the U.S. government will ever create a computer-generated end of days in the form of Jesus or something and make people probably delete it? I don't understand what you mean. Do you think that the U.S. government will ever create computer-generated end of the world days in the? I don't understand what you're saying by that one. We have high materialism, don't hate. I don't know what you mean, Brian B. laps around the mall, got groceries, and drove home, and y'all still here. Yes, Renee. You know we go at least 3 hours. Well, sometimes we go 3 hours. 3 hours is usually max. We about to hit 4. Fake rapture. That's what October 11th was. Yeah, they also had a fake rapture for September 23rd. I thought that was interesting. I waited till after the 23rd. I waited like 2 days after 23rd. I was like, I was checking. Everybody's still here. But if you mean like some kind of AI end of the world kind of situation, I don't think the government would do that. That would create too much of a panic. You can't create too much of a panic. But this whole if Israel don't back off on what they're doing to the Palestinians, cutting off the food, water, gas, lights, everything, that could be a problem. I just saw where the Emir of Qatar, I got to verify it, but I saw something where the Emir of Qatar was saying he was going to stop selling oil to the world if Israel don't stop bombing and open up for substance to get into there. If the other Arab nations, the other OPEC nations join in with Qatar, that'd be a problem. Yeah, the earth will continue whether we are here or not. Yeah, what they're doing in Palestine is straight evil, and these Christians are supporting it. What does STG stand for? Is it Jesus and Tupac in a hologram with MJ and Prince? Yep. Good coffee. Oh, all right. Okay, so that means swear to God. I don't them, they be changing what them little things be mean all the time. People create more sounding like images to help make revelation artificially happen. I've heard they heard of artificially happen. I've heard of that. There is some information, and it's iffy. I don't know if they'll go that far. Jesus and Prince, that got to be a show. Now you need Jesus with what's the dude with the funk guy? Jesus with the spaceship. But people would go for it. There are groups. Look, I'm doing a video today where these people are seeing damn lights in the sky, and they talking some, oh, it's the angels up there playing. Man, that's a car dealership or a movie theater with some fog lights. The longest orgasm been coming for 2,000 years. P Funk, that's right, P Funk. George Clinton. Oh, there you go. Parliament. George Clinton with Bootsy Collins. That's who they need to have Jesus with. Yeah, the Antichrist was Rome, was Nero. They thought Nero was coming back with, so they thought he was the Antichrist. they always trying to claim something as angels and stuff, and they out there praising Jesus, praise Jesus, the angels, the angels. It's amazing what people will accept and believe is some prophecy or a sign of their deity when it's more easily explained. I remember this one time I was so this SI hotel, this hotel called the SI was down the street from where I lived in Germany on Kelly Barracks. And when they had the opening night of this show, Shin or some Asian show that's still going on, they had the lights and it was going in different circles, different patterns. And I was looking at the lights through my back window. I was like, oh yeah, it's opening night. And then I happened to look down, and one of the guys who lived in my building was recording and everything. And I went down there because I knew him. I went down there and I was like, hey man, what you doing? And he's like, man, what the hell? And I had saw the lights because I passed. So let me rephrase. I passed the hotel. I saw the fog lights, and I came home and I was just looking. And he was there. He was down there recording. Man, I'm recording, man. There's a spaceship. There's something. I said, bro, I just passed the SI hotel. They haven't opening nights for that show. He was like, but he was ready to believe that it was some spaceships or something. But I was like, these people will just gravitate towards those things real quick without investigating. But there is no rapture. Rapture was created in the 1800s. Like the idea of a rapture was not even taught in Christianity to the 1800s. And you go around the world, most other Christians don't believe in a rapture. I bet you that if you look, Nikki, you can find toilet paper that got the scriptures all on it. Yeah, the mark is a stamp so that Roman people could sell. It was really for merchants. It had nothing to do with the actual people. No, you get some regular toilet paper and make it and put scriptures on it. You can print that because you can print shit on toilet paper. Right, it's a Roman stamp. And it's also rapture is referred to how the back in the day when an important person was coming to your city, you had to go out and meet that person, and then you escort them into the city. That way, nobody thought they was attacking, but it was also a respect thing. So they just took that same thought process and just made it just Jesus descending from. If Jesus descended from the sky, if Jesus was descending from the sky, what help does he need of some people to help him come down? It's kind of like in Islam when I think Muhammad was supposed to come back to the Dome of the Rock, and then there's a ladder that's supposed to be there for him to finish climbing down off the Dome of the Rock. If he's not descending from heaven, what the frick does he need a ladder for? You gonna make biblical tampons? You gonna print the Jets emblem on some toilet paper? You could probably sell the shit out of that. My mother-in-law is a Roman Catholic and lives with us. She hates my beliefs. Ooh, I bet she does. Is your husband of the same belief as you or his mom? Well, actually, I'm gonna do a thing about different people with different religions living together. He took a flying donkey to the ladder and then climbed down the ladder. Right. Okay. So you took a flying donkey. The hell you need the ladder for? Just go all the way to the ground. Yep. And crazy as evangelical preachers. Oh, so he practiced Star, Asatru. I'm probably saying that all fucked up. Like the Viking. So you Viking. There's another guy who on here. He does the Viking thing too. Shit, I forgot who does the Viking thing. Yeah, Thor, Thor, Odin, Loki, Frasier. Yeah, there's somebody else who do it. Satru. Satru. Gotcha, a Satru. But he has a sense of humor, and I'm trying to convert him. We'll see. The God of War. People literally die for that shit. Yep. You know, I can get down with a person who practiced the Norse mythologies, Ifa, all those things easier than I can deal with these Abrahamics. Much, much easier. Um, I can deal with that way better, you know, than that other shit. That's interesting. So how y'all um, make that work? So Nikki, see if you and your husband would like to do a live with me, or even if it's just you. But I would be better if it's both of y'all, because that would be a cool live. Two people of different spiritual aspects, but they're not the common ones. That would be cool. When she does her rosary, she's doing witchcraft, which it is. Yoshi, you're pagan-ish. I mean, and what kind? What kind? You got Swedish and Danish in your DNA. Was it on your video that said that the word God came from goat via the Goth? That was not me. Mm-mm. Are you asking me, Trauma, if I worship the sun? You should know that. I don't worship nothing. Nothing. If a deity requires my worship, then I'm not, no, you're not a deity. Because then you need something. So the deity can't need anything for me. Just in general, believing in higher power, believe, but I feel it's in everything, every living thing. Okay, I got you, Yoshi. The planet itself. Have you ever read the Kabbalion, Yoshi? That'd be a great book to read if you haven't read it. If you have read it, then great. Okay, you laughing here. I figured. Well, if you don't put somebody's name before it, I don't know if you talk. I assume you're talking to me. She got mad because you out when you debunked the theories and said Christ created his mother. Right. If Jesus is God, then he created Mary. He created his own mom. That's some good fuck shit right there. I'm gonna use that one. Universe has a soul. The sun does more things for us than any of those 4,299 gods put together. You're right about that. Shit, a drop of water does more for you than any of them deities. There you go, the Kabbalion. That's my book of books. Roman Catholic are fundamentalist. Nowhere except towards anything or anything else, anyone else. Yeah, they do need to stop sniffing the frankincense and fermented grape. I don't know about them fermented grapes. That's some good stuff, especially my German fermented grapes. You worship the sun and the moon. You should check out my video where I talk about how the sun beat up the moon. According to the Maasai and the Philippine, I think the Filipinos, the sun beat up the moon. The Philippines threw vegetables at her. The sun pulled out her eye, according to the Maasai. around our two sons. We have two sons. Okay. I don't see two. I see one. Still trying to figure out what you are exactly. Yeah. I understand that one. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. I love all of y'all. Oh, I love frankincense is a good smell. Solar punching the son was one punch man. What was it? One punch guy or whatever that character is. Oh, all right, it's been 4 hours. I'm getting off here. I'm hungry as all get out. I got me a nice, Angelina got me a nice vegetable little meal over there in the kitchen. So I got to get to that. Y'all can keep going on, and I know y'all will. That's why I got to stop. Right, God is in everything. So when you read it, you might have you're going to get to when you're reading about the law of mentalism. There's a part in the law of mentalism called the divine paradox. You're going to love that part, Yoshi, the divine paradox part. You're going to like that part. Yeah. So y'all have a great day because I'm getting off. Please keep sharing the channel. Please keep sharing the channels, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. I love everybody. And you know, YouTube is Facebook's my favorite, but keep sharing the channel, especially on Facebook. Share. It's what makes it possible for me to be here is y'all sharing and liking and commenting. So I appreciate y'all very much. Y'all tricked me into 4 hours a day. So I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great day. Tomorrow, tomorrow, either I'm gonna do it later in the day tomorrow because I'm taking my mom to a doctor's appointment at 10:30. So I will not be here at 10:30 tomorrow. You know, I gotta take the mom, as Angelina would say, I gotta take the mama lady to a doctor's appointment, and you know, we might have lunch with mom after that, and then I might just go hit some golf balls since I'm in Marietta. So it'll either be tomorrow night or it just won't be tomorrow at all. So I know we normally do What's Wrong with the Bible, and we go through chapter and verse, and we're in Numbers right now. So tomorrow either will happen later in the day or it ain't gonna happen at all. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Play it by ear. So if y'all see me at like 2-3 o'clock doing a live, trying to squeeze it in before Angelina gets home, then it might happen. But if not, I will see you guys on Wednesday live. Look, man, I'm just giving you an update, bro. See, and if I don't tell you, then tomorrow you'll be like, where you at? Where you at? See, I'm telling you. But let you know, tomorrow don't be looking for me at 10:30 because you ain't gonna find me. You know, I'll be like I said, I'll be with the mama lady, taking her to her medical appointments and stuff and letting her fuss. So I will see y'all tomorrow, possibly. But don't count on it. Other than that, definitely on Wednesday. So y'all have a great day. Remember always, you got to free yourself to be yourself because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey, good vibrations, and I'm out.